We only have a little bit longer to go. And eventually, we'll make it to the final act. Eventually. And if I sound a little bit tired, it's because I am. Don't know why. We'll be going to war this afternoon. The 4th Armored Division is by far our strongest asset. Whatever moves they make will surely impact the course of battle as we know it. Either way you look at it, our forces are overwhelmingly superior. Calvert has no hope of victory. I just hope they surrender before the bullets of Erebonia harm the lives of innocent Calvardians. Frontline advances to Calvert cities, it's all but guaranteed civilians will get caught in the crossfire. But all that bloodshed could be avoided, if they'd only surrender before the war breaks out. Oh, hello everyone. Good to see you, Reen. I can say the same. Long time no see, Ron, Morris. For sure. Thanks for helping us out before. As per the government's orders, oh god. They forgot the second text box. As per the government's orders, all we're allowed to play is military music. The government clamped down on us, or... Did they like do like a thing where like they did the edit, but they forgot to delete the old version? Huh. As per the government's orders, all we're allowed to play is military music. We took Elliot's advice to heart. We can arrange whatever we're given in a way that suits our own musical spirits. Wow. Well, in that case, I better not slack off either. What are all of you doing here in St. Arcto? We're here to help with Fiona's recital. It was quite the trek out here, but the message we want to send with our music is just the same as hers. We're going to pour our hearts and souls into it. It's the least we could do to inspire some hope in everyone suffering right now. I'm sure my sister will be glad to have you helping her out. I'll do my part to create hope through music, too. Every chance I get. I'm sure we can all pull through this together. It's been so chaotic since that fortress appeared in Heimdall. Some even welcome its arrival. That's scarier in a way. But now's the perfect time to show off the power of music. I'll pour my heart and soul into this recital. Elliot's been really worried about us, but we resolved to never lose sight of the power of music again. All in St. Arc will feel our passion in today's recital. I believe in the power of music just the same. I want our message to resonate with everyone. Miss Fiona's doing a music class in church today. Mama and Rico have been looking really upset. But if they listen to the music, maybe they'll feel better, just like I did. St. Arc is far from Calvert's front line, so we don't have to worry too much. We don't have much to worry about. But I can't help feeling anxious all the same. The war is only a few hours away. Maybe I should tune into the radio. I have to head home soon. Wow. I'm sorry, Rico. Mommy isn't feeling too good. There, that's a good boy. I went to the mansion to discuss the requisitioning of essential supplies. I was even able to speak to Marquis Higharms. Did you tell him there will soon be no grain available to us? I did, and the Marquis took a remarkable interest in all I had to say. They're planning to put aside emergency stores for the whole of Sutherland at least. They also intend on planting crops in Celtic to replace the missing wheat. That's wonderful, dear. Those measures are sure to help out a lot of people. Indeed they will. His lordship invited me to consult on the distribution of goods in Sutherland and beyond. With all the paperwork and whatnot, I'm going to be busy. Do you think you can wait a little longer for our quiet retirement? I can't think of any reason to object to the plan. Besides, you never need to ask. I'll always be here waiting for you. Everything livens up when my husband is around. His body may have aged, but his heart will always be dedicated to doing good work. retired from the food agency, sure, but my knowledge from back then could still come in handy in a pinch. I want to do all I can to help Marquis Firearms, not to mention my dear wife. Sigh. I suspect my master is giving orders on the front line just about now. I'm worried beyond a doubt, but he is a descendant of one of Emperor Astorius' loyal vassals. I have faith he'll command the troops and himself in a way that makes the best of everyone's abilities. Oh, you will stay safe, won't you, Lord Manfred? Standing around and worrying isn't going to change a thing. I'm going to the church to pray for my master's safety. Welcome. How'd you like some freshly squeezed, guaranteed delicious juice? This stall's back on its feet and then some. I just knew this would work out. If we can keep this up, the farm will get back into shape too. Welcome, welcome. How about some delicious juice? Ever since I started working with Rekka, this juice stall sales have just boomed. I couldn't believe it at first. Our mirror and inventory problems are gone. This stall's not going anywhere anytime soon, don't you worry. In troubling times like these, we all need something to refresh us, don't you say? You gotta quench your thirst. You might be feeling anxious with the war almost upon us, it's only natural. But letting yourself get down or panicking isn't going to make anything better. Try one of our juices, it'll cleanse your palate in more ways than one. From the looks of it, Kleist & Co. is starting to make deliveries to Albion Garden as well. I know there's been a lot of nasty rumors circling around them lately, but they really came through for us. They're at the top of their game right now, if you ask me. We may be rivals, but I don't see them as enemies. Perhaps I can learn from such a big company. You get a clear shot of that massive thing from the residential district. Puts a shiver down my spine just looking at it. Since it appeared, I've had a hard time focusing on work. I'm just filled with all these thoughts about the war. It's got me real anxious. Horsies. Welcome back. Good work with your training in the Nord Highlands. It was as productive as it was thanks to your contributions, Lord Michelin. We received notice of the date of the war while we were in Nord. We saw airships and armor divisions moving through, and it was a sight to behold, I'll tell you. And what about Wonder? Ah yes, well, just don't be surprised when I tell you. Somehow, I can speak to Kaiser Dice now. Honest. Excuse me, are you kidding around with me, Wonder? I swear I'm not kidding you. I think he's feeling guilty about all the trouble he caused the other day. He really made me worry before, but we're all square now. Nay, nay. What's the matter with Kaiser Dice? He says there's a black wind blowing over today. And that some great misfortune may befall us. We need to be careful. In Norse language, of course. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to be on our guard. His instincts aren't to be trifled with. Nay. He says if there's an emergency, the three of us can ride on his back. And all he'll ask for in return is some extra carrots. This is difficult to swallow, but I suppose the important thing is that you two are going to be an even closer team from here on. A clean victory at the races after the war isn't just a dream, it's a sure thing. Can't believe how much impact just a few days in the wild has had. With Wonder and Kaiser Dice, no one's going to hold a candle to us. I don't know what'll happen to me after the war, but I'm counting the seconds until we race yet again. I never thought Wonder would do so well. It's almost unbelievable, but I'm convinced. No one could beat him and Kaiser Dice. We should go to the conscription office and tell Palmac about all this. Even if it was only for a short time, I'm glad I got to roam around the Nord Highlands. There are no distractions out there. You've just got the open air and the perfect chance to sharpen your mind. And now that Kaiser Dice and I have forged an inseparable bond of friendship, we'll ride together in perfect sync. Is everybody outside here? Store time. The war starts today. We're just getting more and more orders for military uniforms. It looks like they're going to keep conscripting soldiers. I'm worried. I don't even know when my own draft order might appear. Perhaps this is selfish to say, but I pray that the Imperial Army ends the war quickly. Considering all the orders we're getting for uniforms, they must still be conscripting troops. Perhaps this is selfish for me to say, yeah. It is. I've heard that Marquis Hyams is finally going to start distributing rations in the Sutherland province. The Marquis is a reliable man to take action so quickly after his return. Honestly, this talk of war is getting me down. I'm just so relieved. It looks like we'll be able to avoid going over budget now. At Marquis Hyams' discretion, they'll start providing rations to the Sutherland province. It's later than the other provinces, but I'm glad that the Marquis is looking out for us. Wait. I happened to pass by the residential district on my way home from work. I couldn't believe when a strange white pillar suddenly appeared. I just can't believe it could be a weapon. But if it isn't a weapon, then what else could it be? I have a bad feeling about this. I should probably tell my husband to be careful. I happened to pass by the residential district on my way home from work. I couldn't believe it when a strange white pillar suddenly appeared. Yeah. Word of your plans has made its way to me. The influence of the curse in St. Arc isn't as strong, so I couldn't really sense the Great Twilight. When I see the fortress and the Pales, I can't help but feel the end of the world is nearing. I'm entrusting this heavy burden to you all. The only thing left for me to do is watch what follows. I'll pray for your success and safety. Please save us. No, the future of our world as we know it. Leave it to us. We won't let you down. I will do everything I can to meet your expectations. If I can help you with anything other than weapons, it's probably information, right? Unfortunately, I don't know any more about the army or government's movements than you do. But earlier, I noticed those bracers from Liberl seem to be heading toward the ruins of that village. If y'all have business with them, then perhaps you should head there as well. Well, that would have been our lead, but we already solved that, so yeah. We're good on that. 135 hours. Welcome, welcome! Well, you all look like you're on edge. Well, I guess it'd be strange if you weren't nervous. War does start at noon today, after all. It might be bad to say this now, but war really is illogical. So many irrational things occur, it's so exhausting. I'm really looking forward to the time when I can enjoy reading in peace again. Did you hear? The radio drama started up again yesterday. I was like totally shocked. It had such a deep storyline that made me think about the war. It must have been a special broadcast. I hope that Abin Time also comes back again soon. Now where's that hole that we can crawl in and die in? Wow, this place really is deserted, huh? Even so, we cannot just display them. That's right, Phantom Thief B must have stolen it from somewhere. Were you talking about Phantom Thief B just now? Oh my, pardon our behavior. We received a letter from the man himself, you see. It says, it would be a shame for this magnificent work to be lost in the chaos of war. I entrust it to you, dearest manager. It was accompanied by this lovely painting. Phantom Thief B just does whatever he wants. As difficult to predict as always. This painting, I cannot help but think that it could be the one that was rumored to have been stolen. I entrust it to you, he says. He must have thought this through. It'll be a problem for us if he leaves stolen goods here. It's not like this is the first time Phantom Thief B's done this to us after all. Sigh. I guess I'll just start investigating where this painting came from. I've spoken to Phantom Thief B, you know. He's profoundly intelligent. If he comes back, I'd like to discuss art with him. Oh. So the manager got his respect, and that's why he gave him the painting? The Phantom Thief works in mysterious ways. Yuna advises about the recital. It's scheduled to take place before noon today. Marcus Hyams and Lord Alfheim are both helping this time. I hope this performance can be a shining light in people's lives. I'd really like to see my sister's recital, but I should focus on what I need to do. War is a terrible thing, but we are in no place to question the government. I want to make sure we do what we can to ease the anxiety of the residents. I just thought of something. Here we are. Quick casting. It'd probably be good to have. See, I'm guessing it's Reen has it. Yeah, Chrono Drive, Chrono Break, and Chrono Burst. I feel like I should give that to Altina. And I'll give him something similar. That'll work. This way she always has Chrono Drive, Break, and Burst. I feel like somebody has a better version of Shining somewhere, but I don't know where. Do any of these give Seraphic Ring? It'd be cool if it did. Let's see, doesn't somebody have a better version of Shining somewhere? She has Shining R. I feel like somewhere we had a Shining SR. Could be wrong about that, though. Looks like I am wrong. You will be unbreakable. Okay, we don't have one that reduces everything, unfortunately. What is the difference between Ocean Bell and Water Bell? Delay reduced to half after Water Arts. AT delay halved. Okay, so it's increased damage as well as the delay benefit. The speed. I feel like we actually have something for this. Break 3. Here it is. Break damage 80%. That's an improved version. Strength 40 and defense 40. Okay. Did we ever get a... Where did this come from? I was literally looking for that. Where the heck did that come from? See, in place of MP2, we can throw... something. Oh, we do have MP3. Perfect. I'm gonna leave her with the moon lens too. I don't think we have a different holy breath. We don't. Well, enough of being sidetracked. Let's continue being sidetracked with a different thing. The date of war starts is finally here. There's no longer any turning back, is there? People in Heimdall are so thrilled at the chance to defeat Calvard. But I just can't understand that sentiment at all. To me, that mysterious pillar feels like something that goes against Aidios. I no longer know where righteousness lies. Aidios, please guide this chaotic country to the right path. The olive seedling we planted has taken root. I hope it'll grow out to be big and strong and fruitful. Do you know what olives represent in the language of flowers? The right answer is peace. This world seems to be in the distant future. This word seems to be in the distant future for Erebonia and Calvard. We have to keep striving for it, it'll never happen. That goes for all of you as well. I know that if you have hope for the future, you'll get the results you want. It's hard to believe in peace when the situation seems so desperate. But if we just believe and persevere, then peace will become a reality. I genuinely believe that. Once the war begins, the atmosphere will be even more restless and uneasy. There'll be so little we can do. But it's been decided that Fiona will still put on recitals. We're prepared to do everything in our power to bring peace of mind back to the people. Who could be calm when they're about to live through a war? We decided to do everything in our powers so that people can obtain some peace of mind, even if it's only temporary. I heard about it from second in command of the Grouse Ritter. You're going to head into that thing they call the Imperial Fortress, aren't you? Right. The operation starts today at noon. In that case, please take this. Zerum capsule. Nice. I believe that you can find a hopeful future for all of us. This is all I can do for you, but I pray that the light of hope will be along the path you tread. Thank you, Archbishop Ramsden. We'll use this carefully. The Ashen Chevalier who carries the light of hope, despite being burdened by the actions of the past, among other things. I believe that you will find a tomorrow where we have a future. Do you see that pillar thing? That shape. The fact that it appeared out of nowhere. All of it seemed like a bad dream. I can barely believe that they could be wielding something so bizarre and alien. Just what is going to happen during the war starting this afternoon? The impossible has become possible. My mind is blown. I wish something so terrifying would stay in fairy tales. Reality is not the place for this. So we should be able to see it from here. Oh yeah, you can get a nice view of that. That large building, or is it a pillar? According to the government, it's a weapon. Its appearance is downright terrifying. Every time I see it, a shiver runs down my spine. I don't know about its power as a weapon, but I think they should review the design. When it first appeared, I thought Covered was attacking us. I know weapons are meant to look threatening, but I think they should consider how its design makes the residents feel. There's nobody else outside. Apparently that strange pillar is something the government prepared, but it sure doesn't look like it. Looks like some horrible thing straight out of a fairy tale. I've never heard a story about a sinister white pillar. Its very existence breaks all known rules. Apparently that strange pillar is something the government prepared, but it sure doesn't look like it. It looks like some horrible thing straight out of a fairy tale. I've never heard a story about a sinister white pillar. Its very existence breaks all known rules, yes. Thinking, is there an easy way to farm U material? I have to wonder. My one thought goes to the fish. There's that one crab, I think, that drops those. The only issue is we need a lot of fishing bait, but at least we have a ton of money for it. We have 61 U material. Perhaps this is in poor taste for me to even ask, but couldn't the Imperial military's so-called weapon have a shred of artistic elegance to it? From the impression I get, the pillar's warped somehow, as if whatever its true shape may be has been lost. Could it be? No, that would be impossible. With the war approaching as it is, I suppose I'm letting my worries get the best of me. I swear that huge thing appears in the ground is almost a splitting image of something I saw back in Northumbria. This is an Imperial weapon we're talking about, though. Maybe my memory is just not holding up like it used to. Can I talk to you about something? A necklace just arrived for me, courtesy of Nash, believe it or not. Apparently he went out of his way to contact my favorite store and have it shipped over to me. That dummy. I don't know if he's misinterpreted my concern as some kind of romantic interest or what. But he's about to risk his life in a war. He should be focusing on taking care of himself, not worrying about me. Well, now that it's come to this, I guess I'd better drop by the cathedral and pray for his safety. I'm speechless at how stupid Nash is being. But whatever. I guess I better drop by the cathedral later and pray for his safety. Got a few people in here. No, I can't go along with you. Not when you're both so obsessed with the war. Oh, Ran, you're still a child. You don't understand. You were raised in the very heart of the Empire. You should support our troops just as much as we do. On the subject, I just received my draft order. I'm going to be sent out in the second wave of forces. I've never been happier. It'd be a real comfort to me if you and your mother were cheering me on from home. But why can't either of you understand me? Why? I think that's enough. Please don't upset Ran any more than you already have. She's such a sweet girl, and she knows the value of life. You treat your lives and those of the people of Coward as if they mean nothing. You've lost your moral compasses. You've no right telling this child what to do. Go back to Heimdall. Fine. We'll leave it here for now. Yes, we all need to calm down. We can discuss this properly at another time. Please look after Ran for us. My draft order came, my wife and I were completely overjoyed. I can't say the same of my mother or Ran. They voiced nothing but contempt for the war. I suppose I have no choice but to leave Ran with her grandmother for the time being. No matter, I'll come and pick her up another day. We finally got to see the climax of this little side story. Thank you, Gran. Of course, dear. You can stay here until the two of them wake up from their obsession. I did the best I could do, Traff. Please come back home safe. really know how to work wonders, Richie. Master Timothy's attitude completely turned around after your little chat. Forgot to ask, what were you two talking about? No can do. That's classified information. Oh, really now? I don't think I've ever heard you say something like that before. I guess you really are glowing up, aren't you? Watching you mature has made me so much more optimistic about the world. You bring out the best in it. Thank you, Richie. I know there's a future ahead of us, no matter what it may be, because of you. You think so? Well, I'm really glad I could help you then. Ooh, it's time to go to the Stanley's house. We better hurry. Quick, quick. Of course, of course. I'm right behind you. Someone's really turning into a grown-up, isn't he? And we even have our beds here if we want to use them. But we have no reason to use them because, even though our CP isn't max, we're good. And eventually we'll make it to Ern Village anyway. It feels so weird with all these streets being near empty, aside from, like, the church street where a few people from out of town are there. I'm sorry I said those horrible things. Even though you were sad about Dad when I couldn't see. I thought you didn't care at all because I saw you smiling. It's okay, Timothy. I should have been more open with you. Well, I was so worried. I just wanted to talk about it. Me too. We need to keep talking. I didn't realize you were feeling sad too. We both did the same, so... Crying sounds. I know. You don't have to cry. I know I shouldn't interrupt you on the opening day of the war, but thank you for looking over my work count. You have nothing to apologize for. Your art has touched my heart. To be free from oppression. This work conveys that there is hope in turmoil. I was also quite taken with this piece. It really is groundbreaking. Thank you so much for your kind words. As I bemoaned the futility of being an artist in such turbulent times, I surrendered myself to a creative impulse and realization dawned on me. The artist is not moved by reason. The artist is a creature driven by the desire to create. Well spoken, Champierre. I'm inclined to agree. Your work gives people hope. I'd like to purchase it and hang it someplace prominent. Perhaps it'd be best on display at the Hotel Augusta. Thank you so much, Your Lordship. Unable to pursue my art, I felt as if my life lost all meaning. But I came to realize that public opinion is fickle, and that a true artist does not let others define their merit. Genuine artistry is rooted in loyalty to the ethereal beauty of art, to the defiance of reason when it would inhibit creativity. Now, I am loath to oblige such a thing. I did make a rather foolish pledge to that man Makarov. You promised to meet him if the operation is a success, haven't you? I hate him. His status, his actions, his words, none of it is good enough for my Mary. And yet, it seems she is undeniably head over heels for him. If he has what it takes to make the operation a success, I'll have to meet him, for Mary's sake. Now that I think about it, maybe I agreed to this too easily. We really ought to just make peace with it, dear. This is the man Mary has chosen. We should support her. Sounds like things have gotten serious between instructors Makarov and Mary. This is what Mint meant when she said she was going to give him a little push. They have a long road ahead. Yeah. But we've all got to get through today so we can see them get their happy ending. There was enough space, but they accidentally smacked the line break button. Makarov and my darling daughter. It's just not right. We really need to give this up, dear. Doing their best in a tough situation. We should support both of them. The master spoke with Mr. Makarov yesterday. Soon after their conversation finished, he held a family meeting with his wife that ran late into the night. It's an unexpected development, but it's nice to see something positive happening for a change. Still, this operation the young mistress will be taking part in is going to be quite an ordeal. I'll be praying for all of you, Vincent and Kyrie included, to succeed. Just don't take any unnecessary risks. If today's operation fails, then not just Miss Mary's future, but the future of the entire Empire will be in peril. I'll be praying for all of you, Vincent and Kyrie included, to succeed. Just don't take any unnecessary risks. And now we need to check the Marquis's building. Did I go in here? Nah, I didn't go in here. Lord Dendir hasn't troubled us since he and young Master Charles settled their disagreement out of court. I hear he's been trying to scam other landowners, though. You'd think that last failure to put him off, but no. What a strange man. I hear he wasn't always this way. Anyway, who'd have thought my little laundry snafu would have saved the thief? A war may be starting, but the clarion call of chores beckons just the same. I better roll up my sleeves and get down to business. I spent a civil war in the countryside, well away from the fighting. That's why I can't really conceptualize war in general. Whatever happens, I'll just focus on my maidly duties as usual. Anybody upstairs? Nope. Shortly after the incident with Lord Dendir, we received a letter from Father. He wrote a little about himself, but had many questions about how I and Charles were managing. I can understand why he'd be worried about he who was once the prodigal son being left in charge here. But in an unexpected and not altogether unpleasant twist of fate, Charles has risen to the task. Father and Mother will be relieved to know that. The episode with Lord Dendir ended in a deal that will boost our revenue from forestry. I'll mention it in my letter to our parents. Izzy saved the day. I shudder to think what would have happened to my land without her intervention. I bought her the deluxe melon she said she'd been craving. Wartime ostery or not, she deserved it. Come to think of it, I've been burning the midnight oil too. Where's my reward? I'd be happy to just have some free time for painting. But my sister Krista quickly put kibosh on that idea. The kibosh. See, Krista's convinced that were I given paints and a canvas, I'd forget all about the world and be lost to the world. Well, I can't deny that I get rather engrossed in painting. But I've been fairly responsible about my duties. Does that not count for anything? Either way, I'm not about to leave Krista and Izzy in the lurch. I wonder, is the audio synced? Yes, it is. I should usually check that, because sometimes it doesn't always sync up. I'm on security detail for the gate because Marcos Ballard isn't here. Don't you think he's been kind of different lately? Almost as if he's experienced some sort of setback and ended up growing. I should not have said that. Pretend you never heard me. Marcos Ballard is currently on his way to Ordis. He's currently in Ordis. However, if you're looking for Marcos High Arms, he's inside the mansion. I'm gonna go back and grab a certain character real quick. Figure it'd be a good idea to get a little bit of extra dialogue. World building is always nice. Master Patrick and Mr. Celestin are very busy with their war strategizing. Pardon me, I should be referring to him as Lord Patrick now. More so that Mr. Celestin himself accepted him as a full-fledged adult. I believe the strategies that they formulate together will definitely lead us to victory. Master Patrick and Mr. Celestin are very busy with their war strategizing. Oh, yeah. Next person. Oh, welcome. If you're looking for my master, he's currently in a meeting. But that being said, we were told to let the Ashen Chevalier and his friends in whenever they wanted. He came all this way. I'm sure it'd be alright if you just popped into his office. Guess we will. Go to the Marquis's office? Yes. Dang it, we dropped Elliot off. I need to do this right. First the Imperial Fortress, and now that strange pillar in the Isthmia Great Forest. These are ill omens indeed. The Chancellor is truly determined to change the world, isn't he? Yes, in the worst possible way. The Marquis has done what he can to keep the panic from spreading, but there's no way to prevent it entirely. I want to do something to help out, too. That's why I've decided to hold a concert in Cathedral Square. A concert? You're going to try using magic to open up the people's hearts? Yes, you mentioned it before, but I only really understood how effective music could be after my part in the Arkansas performance. Music. This is how we can ease the influence of the curse, if only a little. I shall be lending Miss Craig my full support. I've already reached out to Count Altheim and secured the services of some top-notch musicians. We're getting around the censors by calling it a morning concert to express our hopes for the Emperor's swift recovery. Thank you so much, Your Lordship. I ought to be the one thanking you, my dear, for this, and for delivering the message from your father. Right. I'm only sorry it couldn't have been better news. Please, my dear, don't speak of it. Putting others first in times such as these takes a lot of courage. And that young lady you possess. As does every participant in your Operation Shining Steel. All I can offer you is a sincere wish for your success. I'll be praying to Aidios to keep you safe. Thank you. What was the message from General Craig about, Fiona? Oh, just the deployment of the 4th Armored Division and the fortress's accessibility. I was hoping the troops wouldn't march out, but there's no point crying over spilled milk. I'll contribute in my own way, by lessening the influence of the curse through music. Yeah, it might just be little by little, but you'll definitely be able to make a difference. I won't be able to come to your performance, but my thoughts will be with you. Thanks. Good luck to you. Ellie and Fiona's fortitude of character is really impressive. I should follow their example. I'm worried about Father and Neidhart. But rather than spend my time fretting, I should do something constructive. People have been unsettled since a Pale appeared in the vicinity of St. Ark. The Great Twilight's reach extends to even here. We're probably doomed to the same fate as Heimdall. Nevertheless, we're going to try our best to stop it. May Aidios watch over you. I'll be awaiting your safe return. People have been very unsettled since the Pale. Yeah. Unfortunately, Eustace did not have any unique dialogue. I guess we should flip our party back to what it was. Dreknor Fortress. New stuff. All that there is a few people to talk to over here in side event, I guess. Is that the general? I can't remember. Who's at Dreknor Fortress? It was Craig, right? Hey, you. Damn, looks like we've been spotted. Hey, no need to look so worried. General Craig told us all about you. Lieutenant Colonel Neidhart recently got back from Crossbell, too. A certain someone stopped by, too. If you want to stop by and say hi. A certain someone? I can only think of one person that would visit my dad at a time like this. Reen and the others accepted the invitation and went to the fortress's command room. It's war. Should have brought Kurt along. General Zex, I was not aware of your arrival. I saw Matthias last night and headed here, meeting Neidhart around dawn. I took this opportunity to have a chat with Craig, too, before returning to Juneau. I'm delighted to see you. You as well, Neidhart. I had intended to arrive earlier. Excuse my tardiness. Just a guess, but did you come all the way here to discuss the Imperial Fortress and Heimdall and those Pales appearing all over? No, I've heard about that already from the government. We've been told that they're not matters the military need concern itself with. The government itself has referred to them as the ultimate weapons of Calvardian design, though I find it hard to believe. However, many Erebonians, civilians and soldiers alike, have taken them at their word. I was worried that might happen. The curse of Erebonia is intensifying and spreading ever wider, isn't it? What I've come to discuss is, in a way, even more serious than that. It's about the second phase of Operation Jormungand, which starts today. So it's already time. All the preparations were complete when we passed by earlier. It's been decided that the 4th Armored Division will move to the front line via Liberl. In the event that Liberl tries to impede our progress, we're to overcome the opposition by force. The 3rd Armored Division leaves Juno at noon, moving out to Northumbria. It will cross from Afaria, join the vanguard troops, and invade Calvard. So Lieutenant Colonel Mueller told us that would be the plan. So you guys might clash with the Royal Army and even Northumbrian troops if they don't let you pass? Van Dyke has a reputation for engineering bold strategies. Without a doubt, Cassius has foreseen that we'd be moving troops to his country. The only unknown factor now is how much resistance we'll meet. I estimate at least a few 100,000 lives may be lost before we even reach Calvard's borders. Of course, we'll do what we can to avoid involving civilians, but if they were to attack us first, we can only hope the Brazier Guild, in cooperation with the Radiant Wings, will be able to prevent anything tragic from happening. Class 7, both old and new, our hopes are pinned on you. I trust you knew this was coming. And now we ask you to quell this wildfire of war before it scorches everything in its path. Fuck. My arm fell right off the chair handle when I was adjusting myself. Repositioning my butt on this chair. Yeah. You are the Radiant Wings, the Lions of Thors. You are Class 7. You are Class 7. If you cannot rise to this challenge, no one else will. We don't turn away from those who need us. We can do this. And I'll do all I can to stop any more tragedies caused by my family's weapons. May Adios keep you safe. Elliot, I've heard about your contribution to Arkanciel's performance in Crossbell. You've become a capable fighter and found yourself reliable allies. Green, it falls to you to put Osborne's ambitions in check. Thank you, Father. We won't disappoint you, sir. Character note added, Nightheart 2. Matthias is preparing for the start of war in Eastern Erebonia. I suspect he's on standby, ready to suppress any violent outbreaks in the area together with Aurier. As for our armor division, we must stay focused on carrying out Operation Jormungand. I want you to fight bravely till the very end. We're making history, keep that in mind. The armor division will stay fully committed to Operation Jormungand. I want you to fight bravely till the very end. We're making history, keep that in mind. Now that you mention it, Fiona is planning a performance. In the face of this curse, we've really been shown what the power of music is capable of. Despite the situation, she isn't giving up, and she's trying to heal people with music. A father could not be prouder. I can say the same of you, Elliot. You've grown so much as a performer and as a member of Class 7. I'm so proud to have a son like you. I won't tell you to be careful. You should follow the path you believe in without regret. Thanks, Dad. I won't hesitate. I'm going to make my greatest hopes a reality. Elliot, you make me so proud. But I need to let you go. Of course, the presence of those who've inherited the spirit of the Lionheart Emperor is a source of great pride for Erebonia. I have great expectations of the Radiant Wings in this coming battle. The presence of those who've inherited the spirit of the Lionheart Emperor is a source of great pride for Erebonia. I have great expectations of the Radiant Wings in this coming battle. I heard what you did for Warrant Officer Allen. Thank you, Schwarzer. You have my gratitude as a military man, and you've done me proud as your former instructor. Thank you, but it wouldn't have been possible without everyone from Thors working in concert. Perhaps I can take pride in that as well. I've also taken formal steps to cancel Warrant Officer Allen's transfer. As for you, I suggest you continue doing what you're doing with your head held high. Yes, sir. We just walk out of here, or are we just gonna get teleported? During the Dreknor Fortress entrance? Yes. Second Infantry Division. All present and accounted for, sir. Third Infantry Division. All accounted for, sir. Alright, join up with the other divisions and follow the Tank Corps. We're just common soldiers, but the Empire's lofty goals don't mean a lot to us. We're dedicated to the Empire. We'll do our duty no matter what. We deployed to the front lines after all. We've already put procedures in place for the storage of emergency provisions and equipment. All that's left now is to await orders from up high. Whoa. Thanks to our analysis, we can predict the Republic's tactics precisely. Victory is already within grasp. Engaging in combat is just a formality at this point. Even Liberl's Royal Army and their elite troops wouldn't stand a chance against us. If you're looking for Warrant Officer Allen, he's not here. He was transferred to one of the new armored divisions in Crossbell. General Craig has ordered us to extend our hospitality to you. If you have business with his lordship or the Lieutenant Colonel, you may enter as you please. Also, Craig is there, but, yeah. Field Exercise Campsite on the South Sutherland, Way, whatever. South Sutherland Highway. Oh, hey, it's these two. The fortune teller. Hey, hello there. What is you all doddering around here, I guess we do still have some time this morning. I'm just surprised to see you at our old field exercise camp. Well, thank you for your help. It means a lot to us. I may only be an apprentice, but I'll be glad to help in any way I can. Besides, I'm concerned about Miss Dahlia's health and... Oh, don't go treating me like some old crone. I'm only 94. That's only young compared to Roselia. You two are a riot. So many people have come together for this plan. We have to make it a success, no matter what. Let's see, judging from the flow of the spirit veins, the stake should go here. I need to get Lise to activate them later. But I've got it all in hand. I suggest you concentrate on your own problems. No, not her. The girl. The little girl. Sigyn. Even under these circumstances, getting to visit the outside world is pretty exciting. Man, I feel a little bad for Albrio and Nina. They would have loved to see this. I'll give them a whole rundown later, though. For now, we've all got to concentrate on doing our duty. I may only be an apprentice, but I'll do anything I can to help. Please be careful, everyone. Come back safe. Parm, the spinning town. I'm gonna go to Tidus Gate first. I'm sure there's less people there compared to Parm. Well, actually, Parm is kind of deserted, isn't it? And this place is fairly deserted as well. Everything is gone. I was on guard duty at the depository in Parm, but then I was suddenly dispatched here. Training is tough and everyone is on edge this close to the battle. Sigh. And we all have to start preparing to welcome the 4th Armored Division too. I don't even have time for that. I don't even have time to chat. Man, my eyes do not like to agree with what I say. They suddenly decided the 4th Armored Division would be stationed at the gate. We're moving fast, so we'll be ready to welcome them. What's going on with Weber today? The war's about to start, so I thought he'd be happy. Instead, he's got this distant look on his face. I'm relieved to see he's come to his senses, though. It's great to hear that the 4th Armored Division will be joining the war front. Everyone says they're the strongest, you know. I'd have liked a warning or something, since I'm the one making the preparations. Miss Laura, I made a terrible mistake. Are you alright, Reber? Please take a deep breath and tell me what's happened. Yes. You see, I received a message from the butler of the Arcade household. You may already be aware, but we were informed that Viscount Arcade is still alive. Furthermore, he hasn't given up hope and chose to walk a third path. When I heard this, I finally realized the mistakes I'd made. He wouldn't have wanted us to seek revenge, but I still hated the Republic. Something must have been terribly wrong with me. I apologize for any pain I may have caused you, Miss Laura. Do not trouble yourself, Weaver. It is enough that you've come to your senses. My father would say the same. Thank you, Miss Laura. I'll try to find something I can contribute to from now on. The curse has been lifted, thanks to Viscount Arcade and Klaus. That's a relief, right, Laura? Indeed, but now we must focus on the operation. Alright, before I forget, it seems one of those pillars also appeared near Lake Ebel in Legram. Its properties as a weapon are unknown. Truth be told, we're unsure if it even is a weapon. We must contact those in Legram so we can learn more. It seems that last night the 1st and 16th Armored Divisions passed through Hacken Gate. We received word that they're currently passing through the Bose region in Liberl. So they spelled Bose differently compared to the XC translation? By about midday, they'll pass through the capital and will probably have reached the Zeiss region's Wolf Fort. Everything has gone to plan so far, but we received a message from Dreknor Fortress not too long ago. It's suddenly been decided that the 4th Armored Division will attack Liberl again. The 4th is the strongest and most prestigious division, an interesting strategic decision to say the least. Could this mean that Lieutenant Colonel Elgin's concerns about the movements of the Royal Army of Liberl are becoming a reality? We don't know the Kingdom of Liberl's strategy, but the progress of the 1st and 16th Armored Divisions are as scheduled. All that's left is to bring the 4th Armored Division and finish preparations for the war. Yeah. They spelled Bose as... what was it? B-E-A-U-S? Whereas it was just B-O-S-E in the XE translation? An aerial fortress and new cylindrical weapons. Don't those go against the rules of war or something? With such a large difference in military capabilities, is it even fair to call it a war? Isn't it just a one-sided massacre? No, the Empire's victory is practically assured. Which as a military man is something I should be pleased to know. No, I have my concerns, but I'm a soldier in the Imperial Army. I have to be glad about the reliable addition to our military strength. Weird how those first two lines would be exactly the same, though. This will probably only have the waiter and the cook, right? Yep, just the waiter and the cook. A strange pillar seems to have appeared near St. Arc. I went to take a look at it, but it's really different from a railway cannon or Panzer Soldat. I don't think it's a weapon. According to the rumors, the fortress defies common sense. I can't help but be worried. But if it means that more soldiers will come home thanks to that thing, then I guess it's a necessary evil. No matter how uneasy it makes me, I have to trust in these. The strange pillar in the fortress creeped me out. But they're the work of the Imperial government. They must be for our troops. If it means even a few more soldiers come home safely, I'll set aside my bad feelings and trust them. It's almost time for war. I have this vague sense of unease I can't seem to shake. The last time I felt this uneasy was when the Orbital shutdown happened in Liberl. Thank Adios that was resolved, even though no one knew why it happened or how it was fixed. I wonder what's causing it this time. I can't shake this feeling. If this was just nerves because of the war looming, then that's one thing, but... we'll finish it with Earn, because I'm sure we'll have at least one event. I hear that a giant white pillar appeared to the east around Legram, and another in western St. Arc. Is this some sort of omen? Anyhow, old Gallard is right. At times like these, we've all got to come together and pull through. Understandably, everyone's on edge right now, but I've been going around talking to people to get them to calm down. Nothing constructive is going to come out of panicking. We You have to support one another now more than ever. Yeah. Came to this town to run away from my worries. Somehow despondent as I was of some help to Iris. That made me feel better about myself, too. I'll be offering my prayers daily in the hope that my boyfriend comes home safely. I finally made up my mind. Whatever happens, I'm going to keep this store open. I won't give up on my dream to have the best fabric store in Parm. No matter what difficulties lie in my way, one day my fabric store will be the finest in Parm. This lady here helped me find the resolve I needed. Phew, the war is really starting. I hope the boss will be alright. How many will return from the war? Will we see our friends and family again? All we can do is pray. We have 2 Black Sumerian ore shards. There is almost certainly a third one, but I don't know where it would be. I might just have to look it up because I'm not going to search every single map to find the last missing piece. Or there might not even be a final piece to begin with. But I doubt they'd do that. They'd give you enough to get a complete set. At least that would be rude if they didn't. Welcome. Did you eat yet? I'm really good at taking down orders. Tell me what you'd like to eat. We'll let you know if you want to order anything. I'm really good at taking down orders. Tell me what you'd like to eat. I've been helping out with the chores like carrying groceries and washing dishes. So if there's anything you want, if there's anything you to eat, just let me know. Oh, I won't be doing the cooking, by the way. Master Galley will. Mr. Galley. Let me know if you're hungry. I won't be doing the cooking, by the way. Mr. Galley will. As someone who's the kind of leader around here, I see Reggie, Bertrand, and everyone else in town as my own family. Sigh. I wonder where they are now. No, it's no use worrying about it. I need to keep supporting the townsfolk that are still here. I just finished talking with everyone about trying to pull through this mess by working together. There's no end to things that will worry us, but it's the same for everyone. We need to at least try and support one another. I wonder what my husband's doing now. I hope he hasn't gotten hurt. But how are all of you doing? Are you remembering to eat breakfast every day? It's no good to work on an empty stomach. I might not be able to do much, but if I can help in any way, just ask. We'll go by the chapel last, since we know there's going to be people in there. He's gone. Sigh, I hope my husband is okay. Maybe he'll get into an argument with a soldier and end up getting sent back home. It would be great if that happened. That'd be quite the dishonorable discharge. Hey, we met at the Vander Training Hall in Heimdall, didn't we? Well, what a surprise to see you dudes. I remember him. It's been a while. We last talked at the summer festival, right? By Mateus' order and under Uryar's command, we're going from one town to the next, lending a hand wherever it's needed. Since we were in the area, we dropped by the training hall. What a sad sight, dude. Such a disgrace, and our Parm disciples are being forced to join the military. Earl, don't be so down. We all have a shared goal, protecting the Empire. And we'll fight for the Empire, no matter where we find ourselves. We'll do it with bravery and honor, as expected of Vander disciples. Thanks for bringing me back to my senses, dude. And disciples stick to their principles. My will isn't strong enough, dude. I'm ashamed. But there's no room left for doubt. I gotta stay true to the Vander teachings, dude. The path you've set on is riddled with dangers. But be strong. As long as you don't lose resolve, your sword will serve you well. You may be sent to fight in different places, but we're all in this together. Don't lose spirit. The training hall is empty at the moment. The goods we collected were carted off last night. As there's no reason you can't go in, since there's nothing valuable inside. Alright, you have my special permission, but keep in mind that this is currently a military facility. We don't get what business you have in an empty hall, but go on then. By the way, the rookie who used to guard the hall with me has been moved to Tidus Gate. An unusual assignment, but the higher-ups decided it was for the best. I bet that no-nonsense major will make a proper soldier out of any new conscript in no time. The rookie who used to guard the hall with me has moved to Tidus Gate. The no-nonsense major will... yeah. So we can go inside now? We can. Is there something inside here, or is it actually empty? Hey, kitty. Oh, hey, I recognize this little guy. It's the cat from the Vander Training Hall in Heimdall. Huh? What's he got in his mouth? Looks like military supplies? I guess some soldier must have dropped it while everything was getting moved around. Well, if you're offering, don't mind if I do. Oh. Another bug. There. Well, it's something.
I could reel in a big haul here.
I've prayed and prayed for peace, but this war seems unavoidable. Oh, if only the Emperor's health would return, that would offer us a glimmer of hope. Come, it is time to quiet our hearts and pray to Aidios. Let go of your fears, they're your enemy, insidiously poisoning your heart. Love thy neighbor and extend a helping hand when it is needed. Place your trust in Aidios and your friends, your worries shall dissipate. I decided to hold a prayer service with the residents of Parm today. Although truly tragic events are yet to come, I will continue to stand with the people until the end. That is, after all, my duty. We're holding a special mass today. Oh gracious Aidios, please look after our loved ones and bring them back safely from this war. When we are lost and frightened, please grant us your guidance. Oh gracious Aidios, please look after our loved ones and bring them back safely from this war. Yeah. Aaron Village. Last thing we need to check out. There actually is another event over there. This is such crap. Nina has some work to do, so I gotta do all the cleaning on my own. Well, I guess it's really not that hard. I can always listen on today's operations while I'm tidying things up. Besides, I'll be heading out to see the world someday, so until then I've gotta keep working no matter what. I'll take care of all this cleaning real fast and then go help out. I don't know a lot about Noah's whole deal, but she's got a crazy amount of enthusiasm. I'm not gonna let her overshadow me here. I'll take care of all this cleaning real fast and then go help out. Mommy and Daddy went out somewhere, and they told me to take care of the village. So that's why Loki and me are on standby. Well, time for another patrol, Loki. If we see anything, we'll let you know. You still haven't got the taming spell to work on you, Loki. But it's okay. I love you just the way you are anyway. It's always going to be the two of us, Loki, together forever. Cute. You guys are pretty high-spirited, aren't you? Hold on to that, okay? We got 3 left. Vermilion, Auric, and Eben. Things are only going to get tougher for you from here on out. I mean, those bastards even went out of their way to prepare such a ridiculous final stage. Just remember, these are your rivalries. Don't let anyone else make decisions for you. Anyway, if you need any maintenance done on Valimar or weapon customization, just let me know. Yeah. 3 Divine Knights left. The Accursed Vermilion, the Immortal Auric, and the Mysterious Eben. Immortal Auric? Auric? I guess I couldn't think of a special adjective for the Auric Knight. These last rivalries are going to be tougher than ever. Just remember, these are your rivalries. Don't let anyone else make decisions for you. That's my last piece of advice to you, so take it to heart, you hear? No Vol Gem. You don't even have one of those. It says only arts attack up. Is that a misprint? Because I would assume it should be strength and arts attack up by that significant margin. See, it's like 3 times better. $180,000 HP is pretty good. Mars Gem. I'd be willing to part with one of them. Although it'll definitely be a tough breakup. We might be able to afford more if we get enough U material. We just gotta figure out if there's a quick way to farm it. We can just do that real quick for a while. And just relax for a while. Most of the villagers are away right now. I feel kind of lonely back here on my own. This is all part of a long-term plan, too, so they won't be back anytime soon. Maybe I should whip up some of our best specialties for them while they're out in the field. Help get their strength back up. Can't go into battle on an empty stomach. You need that strength of yours in top shape. Is anybody even in the atelier? Yeah, 2 people. We're getting readings on the spirit veins here and sending out information to those who aren't in the village. The spirit veins are in alignment right now. We'll be taking over for our purposes, though. If we're successful, we'll be able to give you access to the Pales and delay the Great Twilight. I had temporarily given up on witching when I got together with my husband, but maybe it's time for a comeback. Moon Knight Lees is back in business. Wow, really? In that case, everything should be fine. The witches in the other areas are now beginning to tinker with the spirit veins. If all goes well, we'll be able to give you access to the Pales and delay the Great Twilight. This really is the last chance to avert disaster. Good luck to you, friends. Hey guys, I heard about the big plan. It sounds super difficult though. But you were able to get your instructor back, so if anyone can do it, it's you guys. And you've helped us too. I can't thank you enough. I may be small, but I'm a proper witch. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like my help with. Mom, it's moved again. to, about 2 degrees to northwest. Right, I'll send out the new coordinates. Can you hear me, Euler? Once you're done, please go north. You can't really intervene here unless things stabilize a little more. Just leave it to me. I'm ready to go. Nothing's up here. So we'll just fast travel to the shop and then go to the spring then. Easy. I hear you all are going to head into that Imperial fortress. Even if there's no way to stop the rivalries at this point, I'm sure you'll still have to push yourselves to do the impossible. I'm concerned about what you'll have to face. Just in case, take this. Emergency puppet. Are you sure you want to give us this? It looks expensive. There's no point in hoarding it, now that things have reached this point. I've been giving various things to the witches headed out of the village, too. It's a small price to pay for stopping the end of the world. We stand at a great crossroads, but it's always been those with great strength of will who chart that path. Stay strong and come home safe. You will, I promise. Thank you for the gift. I'm sure it'll come in handy. What exactly was the gift? Because I was half paying attention. Emergency puppet. Useless. We're never going to use it. The Imperial Fortress. Toltha de Danann. Heard stories of it, but to think that the gnomes were hiding it. It's an ancient Zumerian superweapon powered by mana. I don't know what the inside is like, but infiltrating it will be nigh impossible. Stay strong and come home safe. That Jingle Girl's going to stick it out right to the end, by the looks of things. It's strange, but I truly believe she can do it. You kids too. Too now. Make sure you come home safe. Okay. We're done talking. We have one more event, and then we'll see if we can do a little bit of U-material farming to make one of the highest level orbs. I think that should be plenty. Going to the hot spring with characters who were with you at the end of the previous day will start a sub-event. Oh, so we need to enter with Elisa. She's here. Oh boy. Here we go. Meaning those enjoyed the hot springs and took their time resting in the village. By some stroke of fate, an unexpected combination of people end up soaking in the springs together. I gotta say, this is a tad embarrassing. Yeah, looks like the others set us up, huh? Since we're here and all, not saying that it's a continuation of last night or anything. Reen. Oh, hey, Reen. Milliam and Roselia? What are you guys doing here? Well, Granny Rose clued me in about this hot spring. And I'm not the type to turn down a good time, so I asked to be teleported here. Consider that the first and last time I ever let you call me Granny. At any rate, I thought it'd be a pity if she never got to experience our marvelous hot spring. Hence, I brought her along. I hope it's not inconvenient for you. Yeah, get a look at you two, Reen and Elisa. It just feels right. I'm happy for you guys. Thanks, Milliam. Well, it's good to see you, Milliam. And thank you, Roselia. It's nice of you to squeeze this in while you're so busy. It was hardly any trouble. Well, what are we waiting for? It's hot soak time. Everyone had a wonderful time. Milliam and Roselia returned to the ship, while the rest resumed their mission. The Unity rating increased, even though we already have all that. So, let's see if there's a quick way to farm U-material, real quick.
Now...
Let's see. Wow, this is not useful at all.
Now...
Orcus Tower 2 can't be without vision. Just equip Green with Emblem, Master Quartz, Domination, Blast Glove from Tita's Gift, and Duvali's Anima. If you have it, then just S-craft the crap out of the enemy in the area before immediately warping back to the same area of quick travel. Usually nets around 9 to 5 U materials per warp, which is like 30 seconds per run. I mean, hey, we can try it. So we'll just have her blow everything up. This one guy actually has a thing here. It says here, Emblem Brigid. Should probably give her something that increases her attack even farther. See, that increases her strength, so we'll keep that. You want anything that increases her strength even higher. No, wait, we want the platinum coin because item drop stuff. Where's the platinum coin? Does somebody have the platinum coin equipped? I know I got the platinum coin. Gothic Dice is close. There it is, a platinum coin. Okay. I guess that's better because it's, more speed. Gotta go fast. Okay, it says another place we can go is wherever the rest lodge is. Where's the rest lodge? Here it is. We battle those spiders, basically. And then we just go in there, slam them, and get it.
I've got a good feeling about this spot. Watch out! This is a tough one.
Oh yeah, we just do this. Oh, it didn't kill.
Here I go! Let's get him! An opening! Wow! You were really something else out there.
You were plenty impressive yourself.
I didn't even try. Oh wow, 8 U material from that. Okay, yeah, that's pretty damn good. And so we basically just run. Well, we could probably fast travel back, but then we have to do some menuing, and I'm not good at menuing. Except for when I am.
This seems like a nice spot to fit.
Watch out! This is a tough one.
Is that all? You must train more.
You only got 2. Oh. It's automatically set. Perfect. Some quick farming. I hope you like the first little bit of this song, though.
Ignite! I'm up! Let's go!
It's my turn! Tut!
Let's go!
It's my turn.
My turn. Is that all? You must train more.
Is there no way we can increase her strength even higher? Well, if we give her Minotauros, it'll be automatic. It's probably better with Minotauros, since by the time we go back here and start the fight again, we'll be at max CP. So now she should be able to just wipe things out in one hit without needing to worry about using an order.
A worthy opponent. Is that all? You must train more.
6 U material. Surprisingly effective method, I gotta say. We have... oh yeah, we never checked out this photo. Photo of Claire in the knight outfit. Where is U material in this list? Ingredients? Here it is, 81. We need like 100, pretty much.
Watch out! This is a tough
I
one.
think only getting one of those should be fine.
I'm up!
Wow.
Alright, nice work.
We actually got 9 from that, too.
Looks like a... Watch out! This is a tough one.
Now, let's continue onward.
I think 92 is the exact amount we needed, but let's just break 100 just to be safe. Don't remember if it was 92 or 96, and I think it was 96. Maybe.
I've got a good feeling about this spot.
Shit!
I see a powerful enemy.
Watch out! This is a tough one.
Ooh, critical.
Now, let's continue onward.
She does have domination on, right? Yeah, she does. Wonder. Can we throw Lone Blade on as well? I think we can. The question is, will it deal more damage?
Ha! Shit!
It looks pretty tough.
I won't fall!
It's about the
Is
same,
that
I
all?
think.
You must train more. $100 U material. In addition, we should
I'm gonna look up the Black Sumerian ore shards. Let's see.
Now.
It says here, below is a list of all Black Sumerian ore shards. The Mirror Castle Fortune Teller Room, we got that. The Briona Island in front of the Colossus, I think we got that. Pretty sure we got that one. That was like right there. Yeah. We did get. I like how I can't find anything. I find just like one that's using like the Japanese names for everything, so it doesn't help me at all. See, Neo Seeker at least has somewhat useful information. But it took me right to Trails of Cold Steel 3. So, let's see. The Draco Sanctuary Altar Room. I'm pretty sure we got that one. There's Black Sumerian ore in Briona Island and Osgiliath Basin. We did get both of those. That's 2 shards. Oh, that's a total of 3 shards. You get a 4th shard if you get the Keeper of Records trophy, which we did. Get a 5th shard from the roof of Orcus Tower. You get a 6th shard from there. From the... Was it the back room of the back room of the fortune tellers? It says go to Trial Chest 27. I believe we got this one, but I guess we might as well check since we could teleport right there and be completely sure. Oh, would you look at that? And that gets us another super weapon. And I think that's all we can get. Good thing I looked that up, huh? Now the question is, which one are we getting? Which of the EX orbs should we make? feel like the speed orb would be best so we can move faster, because
See you later.
that's always fun. What is the Novel gem?
Welcome. See ya.
Here you go, Machias. New gun.
Have a look-see. Be well.
So yeah, I think I have to go to 9 Volley, right? To exchange stuff that I need.
I got some good stuff.
Novel. I need 4 action 3s, and it gives a 32 speed boost.
Done already?
I could probably just get 3 more action 3s. I think we have enough for it.
Have a look-see.
Oh, we don't. We're just a little bit short.
Be
Oh well.
well.
Somebody can sacrifice their action 3. Let's give her... this'll do. She's not going to be attacking much. We mainly need her for her skills. Physical damage up as HP drops. Ah, sure. Okay, who can give up their action 3? Found one.
Wanna buy some? Come on, I got some good stuff. Done already?
Hopefully we still have enough. I think we do.
I'm itching to get started.
Oh no, we need 4 more U material.
Done already?
Oh, time to kill another thing.
There's a school of fish.
This one's strong. Be careful.
Now, let's continue onward.
There we go. Now we have enough.
I'm itching to get started.
I don't want to farm all of them out, because that would take a very long time, and I don't want to waste that much time.
Huh? Done already?
Good speed orb. Go fast. Zoom. Well, you know what this means? This means it's now time to read those books. I said we would want to do that before we actually move on to the final thing. What is this? Emails? Okay. Email from work. Sorry, had to read it real quick. But, we have some books we need to read. A Coco Panda's Tale, If You Say Goodbye, The Legendary Chosen One, and 3 and 9. 3 and 9 being the most important book, so we can leave that for last. I'm sure this will be cheesy, considering looking at the first line. But, we have cheese a lot on this stream, I'm sure. So let's see. A Coco Panda's Tale. Part 1, Tamero the Loner. My name is Yui Yui, and I'm a Coco Panda. People call us monsters, but we're not all bad. Some of us are actually very nice, just like my friend Tamero. He and I have known each other since we were cubs, our whole lives. He was the kind of guy who did everything on his own, so everyone in our pack thought of him as a strong, independent loner. We should probably go to a different place that has calmer music. Something more relaxing. Okay, continuing. For whole lives, he was the kind of guy who did everything on his own, so everyone in our pack thought of him as a strong, independent loner. But I thought it must get hard having to do everything alone. That's why I decided to follow him one day and make sure he was okay. I hid behind a bush and watched him climb the top of a big tree to get his dinner. After a while, he came back down, a nice big fruit in his paws. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he would have more than enough to eat tonight. But then, I took a better look at the fruit he found and let out a small gasp. It was rotten. Inside, it was icky, mushy, and full of bugs. To make things worse, it was getting dark and he wouldn't have any time to look for more. All us Coco Pandas know it's much too dangerous to wander around outside at night. Tamero noticed how rotten his fruit was, too. He looked up at the setting sun, and with a short sigh, he picked up his fruit and started to head back to camp for the night. I followed him back to our den, making sure not to be seen, but then I heard his tummy grumbling. He must have been really hungry. I watched as he glanced at his fruit with a sour expression, and then held his nose and prepared to take a bite. "Tamero, stop!" I shouted, dashing out from my hiding place. "You can't eat that fruit, it's rotten!" I grabbed it out of his paw just in time. Though he was surprised at first, the expression on his face quickly turned to a frown. What's your problem, Yui Yui? You can't tell me what to eat." I was taken aback by how rude he was being. I was only trying to help. I got so flustered I ended up speaking my mind to him right there and then. "Look, if you can't find any food yourself, that's okay. All you need to do is ask someone to share with you." "No way," he scoffed. "Asking for help is like admitting you're too weak to do it on your own." "Don't be silly," I scolded him. "It only makes sense for us to all help each other out." "You're the only one who thinks like that, Yui Yui," he grumbled, crossing his arms. He couldn't understand why he was being so stubborn. Did he not trust the rest of us? Or was he just too proud to admit he was wrong? Well, let's find out, shall we? I called one of the other Coco Pandas from our pack over to us. Hello. There you two. Something wrong? What? He said in a leisurely drawl as he walked over to Tomero and I. We had trouble finding any good fruit today. Could we have some of yours? I asked. Oh, is that all? No problem. Here you go, he said, handing us each a fresh piece of fruit. I thanked him and waved goodbye as he left. See, I turned to Tomero. It's really just that easy. There's nothing to be ashamed of. In return, we just need to help others out when they need it. Tomero made a face like he wanted to object, but ended up taking the fruit all the same. Feeling like I'd finally gotten through to him, at least a little bit, I went back to my bed, hoping that he'd learn to rely more on others. By the time I woken up the next day, it was already past lunchtime. I was still a little worried about Tomero, so I decided to keep an eye on him again. I went and snuck behind a bush and peeked through the leaves, but what I saw made my heart jump right into my throat. Something was very wrong. Tomero was covered in cuts and bruises. He was growling more fiercely than I'd ever heard him before. Tomero, what's wrong? Are you okay? I asked timidly, coming out of my hiding place. He didn't seem to hear me. He didn't even react to me at all. He just kept staring at the path leading out of the forest and growling. I looked in the direction he was facing and saw a human walking down the path. As soon as I did, I knew something bad was about to happen. I reached my paw out, trying to place it on Tomero's shoulder. Before I could get close enough, however, he leapt at the human, tore away the bag they were carrying, and ran off deep into the woods. I was horrified. This wasn't like Tomero at all. I knew him better than anyone, and he'd absolutely never attack someone like that. There was only one explanation. He'd given into his instincts and become a mindless beast. End of Part 1. Part 2. Yui Yui's Stand. 12 pages. I sprang up suddenly and panicked and confused. After a moment or two, I realized I was in my bed. I slowly calmed myself and laid back down. But it was all just a bad dream, right? It had seemed so real, though. I looked around. My tummy was telling me it was still early, closer to breakfast time than lunch. Did I complete the mission? I completed everything, I think. I don't have anything on the list, at least. But yeah. And now I'm reading all the books, because that's what I do. I figured we'd do this before we do that, because I also have to make dinner, so I can read the books, end this stream with reading the books, and then I can start later tonight and we'll just power on through the actual final act. No more filler in the way. And we could get everything just out there on off the table. Yeah. Anyway, how's it going, Chess Master? I looked around, my tummy telling me it was still early, closer to breakfast time than lunch. I didn't think what happened in my dream was real, but I was still worried about my Tomero, so I went to check up on him just in case. However, I arrived at his bed to find it empty. Feeling a sickening sensation in the pit of my stomach, I called out to him, "Tomero, where are you?" As if in reply, a fearsome howl echoed off in the distance. Tomero's bed was the farthest one out in our camp. Out of everyone, he was the most at risk of being attacked by outsiders. I immediately took off, running as fast as my legs could carry me in the direction the howl had come from. Before long, I'd reached the forest on the edge of our camp. I spotted Tomero in the middle of a clearing. He was crouched low to the ground, holding a weapon he made out of an old gourd. I could tell from where I was that he was injured. His attention was focused entirely on his opponent, a bracken monkey. It must have been what made that howl I'd heard. Something's wrong with that monkey. He must have gone feral, I gasped under my breath. Even monsters who can normally control their instincts can be driven wild and lose their minds when they're especially hungry or hurt. Just like what happened in my dream. Sometimes, a strong blow to the head will bring them back to their senses, but often they'll never return to their old selves. They leave their packs and vanish into the wilds. I glanced at Tomero. He was already hurt pretty badly. I wonder if the Tomero from my dream was injured by the same bracken monkey. If the real Tomero was hurt anymore, he might turn feral too. Before I realized, I had stepped between him and the monkey. "Don't worry, Tomero. I'll protect you," I said. "Yui Yui," he gasped. I was so relieved to hear him call my name. Tears started running down my face. He hadn't gone feral. That part of my dream hadn't come true, at least. "Hey," Tomero exclaimed. "This is no time to be crying. This guy's gone wild. We need to knock him out fast, or—" His voice trailed off. A look of alarm spread across his face as he glanced behind me. I turned around just in time to see the bracken monkey launch a flying kick right at my head. "Yui Yui, look out!" Tomero gasped. Right at the last second, I parried the monkey's kick and counterattacked, sending it flying straight into a thick tree trunk. The wind knocked out of it. The monkey looked shocked and confused for a moment before passing out. Wow, that was a really close one. I sure am glad I learned that move from the creepy sheep, I said as I dusted myself off. Tomorrow let out a deep sigh and slumped down to the ground. I should have known you'd be okay, he said. You're the strongest one in our whole pack, after all. Well, a girl's gotta know a good self-defense move or two, I giggled. I realized then I had Tomero's complete attention. I knew it would be my chance to finally get through to him. Why didn't you call for help as soon as that bracken monkey attacked you? I asked, frowning. Why should I call for help when it's something I could have handled myself? He shrugged. But you weren't handling it, and even if you had won the fight, you're so injured you might have ended up going feral too, I told him. Yeah, well, so what if I had? He scoffed. That's got nothing to do with you. I couldn't believe that he'd have the nerve to say that to me. Didn't he realize how much I cared about him? I couldn't take it anymore. While I'm normally a very patient panda, he'd gone too far. I grabbed Tomero by the shoulders and looked him right in the eyes. Listen, Tomero, I know how hard you work. I agree with you that getting help from others all the time without trying for yourself is just being lazy, but you're not that kind of panda. Don't let your fear stop you from getting help when you need it. You can rely on everyone in the pack. You can rely on me. You might get like the idea that you're some strong independent loner, but in reality, when you just push everyone away, you're just being self-absorbed. I stopped to catch my breath and waited for Tomero to say something in response. He lowered his face. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he opened his mouth and began to speak. Yui, I didn't hear anything past that. There was a flip sound, and suddenly a sharp pain shot through the back of my head. I started to feel dizzy, but I sensed something moving around behind me. I figured the monkey must have woken up and thrown a stone at me. I was quickly losing consciousness, but I knew if I passed out, Tomero would keep trying to fight on his own. He might end up turning feral. Please, Tomero, I gasped. I don't want to lose you. I'd be so sad if I couldn't see you anymore. There was so much I wanted to tell him, but I just couldn't find the words. My head was swimming. It became harder and harder to think straight. As a panda who's very conscious about being ladylike, it's a little hard for me to admit this, but I knew all my self-defense training had made me too tough for this to kill me. So why? Why was I... And then it happened. My thoughts slipped away and were replaced by pure instinct. I had become a mindless, feral Coco Panda. End of part 2. Oh, and 12 more pages. Bitchin' and annoyed, to be honest. Oh, that's not a fun way to spend your day. Alright. Part 3. Tomero's Decision. My name is Tomero and I'm a Coco Panda. I prefer to do things on my own, so I don't spend a lot of time with the others in my pack. When I'm in a crowd, all I can see is everyone hiding their true intentions, subtly fighting over territory, obsessing over social standing, giving fruit, just to make sure someone else owes them a favor. It all makes me sick. That's why I moved my bed out to the edge of the camp. I thought I could avoid all that stuff, live on my own and solve my own problems. But Yui, a panda I'd known since we were cubs, was always pestering me. We're both usually in the same part of camp, so why don't we hang out for a while, she'd ask. We're only in the same part of camp because you moved your bed closer to where mine is, I'd think to myself. Tomero, stop, you can't eat that fruit, it's rotten, she said, grabbing my food out of my hand. Honestly, I'd rather eat rotten fruit than have to go beg someone else for theirs. Why didn't you call for help as soon as that bracken monkey attacked you? She grabbed me, tears still in her eyes. I didn't have an answer. Maybe deep down, part of me knew that if I was in trouble, she'd come to my rescue. You might like the idea that you're some strong, independent loner, but in reality, when you push everyone away, you're just being self-absorbed. He was right. Anytime things got truly difficult for me, I'd end up relying on her help in the end. I was only being so stubborn because I wanted everyone to think I could handle things on my own. This whole time, I'd just been acting tough, but I couldn't keep it up anymore. Yui, I don't work hard at all. I'm just a pathetic excuse for a panda who's done nothing but take advantage of your kindness. I was only fooling myself thinking I was fine on my own. I'm such an idiot. But it was too late now. She probably couldn't even understand what I was saying anymore. She'd become a wild beast, and she approached. I watched as she approached the bracken monkey, snarling. It only took a few quick strikes from her before the monkey was collapsed in a heap on the ground. I could tell he wasn't waking up anytime soon, but I knew I couldn't relax just yet. Her opponent defeated, Yui began to gnaw on the fern-like crest on his head. I could only imagine that she saw it as another plant in her feral state. Yui, stop, I pleaded. Don't eat that, this isn't like you. I grabbed her and tried to pull her away, but it was no use. She was the strongest Coco Panda I knew. Even if I hadn't been exhausted from the battle, I wouldn't have been able to budge her. But I wasn't about to give up, though. I couldn't let my best friend lose herself like this. I looked around for a way to help her, and saw my weapon lying on the ground nearby. I thought that if I hit her with it just right, it might bring her back to her senses. But no, it was too risky. If I messed up, it'd just make her angry, and if I had to fight her, I could end up going feral too. Yui Yui wouldn't want that. You said you didn't want to lose me. I looked at her and dusted myself off. Well, I don't want to lose you either, and I don't care what I have to do. It's time I stopped acting tough. I took a deep breath and shouted for help as loud as I possibly could. I shouted until I was completely out of breath. It was the first time in my life I'd ever asked for help, but I didn't care anymore. Getting Yui Yui back to normal was the only thing that mattered to me. In mere moments, our entire pack had come to my side. When you heard you're finally asking for help, we were all so happy the whole pack came a-running, one of them said to me. I recognized him. He was the same panda who shared his food with us the other night. I never knew he could move that quickly. He always seemed kind of dopey to me, but now his eyes are sharp and focused. It's Yui Yui. She got hurt protecting me, and now she's gone feral. Please, I need your help to calm her down. I stumbled over my words, trying to get them out as quick as I could. Everyone banded together to drag Yui Yui away from the monkey and hold her still. Then, with a swift blow to the head, they knocked her out. She slumped to the ground and lay there, as if she'd simply fallen asleep. That ought to do the trick. Now, we better get going and grab some of her favorite berries. The smell will help wake her up, the cheerful Coco Panda said. Or the helpful Coco Panda said. The others all went to gather some berries and placed them in a neat little pile in front of Yui Yui's face. A few moments later, her nose began to twitch, smelling the sweet fragrance, and her eyes fluttered open. Huh? I'm okay? She said, still a bit groggy. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was back to her old self. I was immediately overcome with relief. So much so I might have even cried a little. It was then that I finally understood how she must have felt when she came to save me. Tamero, are you okay? My head hurts a little, but other than that I'm fine and... Huh? What are all of you doing here? She looked at the rest of our pack with a bewildered expression. It was no wonder she was confused. I bet she never expected me to swallow my pride and ask the whole pack for help. Everyone looked on with warm smiles as I took Yui Yui's paw in mine. I decided there and then that I wouldn't try to act tough anymore. I was going to tell her exactly how I felt. It's just like you said, it only makes sense for us to all help each other out. I turned to the rest of our pack. Thank you, everyone, for helping us. And thank you, Yui Yui, I said, turning back to her, for always being there for me. From that day on, I decided to give the other Coco Pandas a chance. It turned out that working together isn't so bad every now and then. We're all friends now, and the days I spend with Yui Yui and the others are filled with smiles. You know that anime Demon Slayer? Yes, it's really freaking good. You never had a reason not to watch it, but now you do? The reason you had not to watch it? Why wouldn't you watch it? It's good. Let's see. Next book. If You Say Goodbye, Part 1. Chapter 1. Halcyon Days. No, this wasn't meant to happen. The inventor stared down what he had created, feeling no sense of accomplishment, only regret. Where had his life's work gone so wrong? And more importantly, could he find a way to fix his terrible mistake? For as long as he could remember, Sai had always loved building things, toys in particular. Day and night, he would toil in his workshop, dreaming up new playthings and bringing them into the world with his own two hands. People thought he was eccentric, to put it kindly, and kept their distance. At least the adults did. For the children of the town, going to the park and playing with Sai's toys was a rare pleasure. He was always surprising them with new creations, and wondering what he could come up with next could be just as fun as seeing the final product. Sai, what are you making now? Martha tugged at Sai's sleeve, stretching up on tiptoes to see over the top of his workbench. Well, if it works out, these shoes will let you slide around like you're on ice wherever you go. Wow, that's so cool. Can you make them leave behind like a colory trail on the ground too? And the little girl bounced around the room, shouting out new ideas as they came to her. She was Sai's biggest fan, and, in spite of the difference in their ages, also his best friend. As Sai was developing a new toy, you could bet Martha would be there too, offering advice or just watching him work. Is watching me really that much fun? He asked her once. Well, yeah, she replied. You always look so happy when you're making things, so that makes me happy too. Sai was on his way to the park to show off his latest inventions. He never took money from children. Seeing their faces light up with joy was reward enough for him. He stumbled through the city streets, holding a pile of toys against his chest and doing his best not to knock into anyone. Sai came to a stop and looked around. Was that Martha calling him? Yes, it had to be. Even in a crowd of people like this, he'd know her voice anywhere. He'd arranged to meet her at the park like always, so why was she here? Sai scanned the oncoming sea of people for signs of his friend. Had the streets always been this crowded? There were other voices now, people yelling, "Run!" and "Get out of the way!" Finally, Sai caught sight of Martha, and in the same moment realized what was going on. He ran toward her. The toys he'd been carrying clattered carelessly to the ground. "Martha, get over here, quick!" She reached out a hand to him, but it was too late. As the runaway horse-drawn carriage tore through the crowd, everything became a cacophony of crashing, crunching, and screaming, and then nothing. The rain came down hard, soaking Sai's hair and mingling with the tears running down his face. He ignored it, and continued to gaze at the tiny grave. "Don't you want to play with me anymore, Martha?" There was no answer. "Please, play with me. Try out my toys like you used to. Tell me how to make them better, how to make them more fun." The tears wouldn't stop coming, but Sai barely even noticed them anymore. "Wait for me. I'll make something new. Something you can play with even the way you are now. It'll be fun. So just wait for me." Wow, that's very sad. But, okay. The movie made about $3 million, but guess how much the author was paid? 20 G's. That is a damn shame. I also thought it made more money than that. But either way, yeah, that's an issue for some mangakas, unfortunately. They just get really shitty deals. It's sad. Yeah, 300 mil. That's about right. That's about right of what I recall. But yeah, it's a cutthroat industry, and honestly, the guy who made the manga really should have cut himself a better deal for it. Cause considering how popular Demon Slayer was when the anime came out, he really should have gotten a good deal for it. It's such a shame. Alright, let's move on to Chapter 2 of this sad story. Chapter 2, At Any Cost. Over the next 2 years, Sai made countless trips to the cemetery. Every time he'd lay toys on Martha's grave and the graves of other children, hoping for a chance to see them laugh and play again as they had in life. It's only polite to share, right, Martha? These kids don't seem to like toys so much, though. What am I doing wrong? Day after day, Sai would speak to the empty air in front of the little gravestone. One day he was sure he'd come back and find the toys had moved or disappeared, that he was getting through to his old friend, but that day never came. Maybe it's the materials I'm using. Is that why you can't touch these? If we think about it that way, then... His head alive with new ideas, Sai left the toys and shuffled back to his workshop to try something new. Time marched onward. The young toy maker continued to place offerings at the grave to no avail. Then one evening, as the sun was going down, something occurred to him. An idea very different from his usual way of thinking. If I could only find a way to give you a body again, you could play with these just fine. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Finally, he had a direction to take his research. 30 long years went by. Sai, working like a man possessed, barely eating or sleeping, his workshop deteriorated into a grimy, chaotic mess. His body became thin and emaciated, but he worked on, chasing after every last scrap of arcane knowledge he could find. He was determined to see Martha again, no matter the cost. It was a cold, crisp morning as Sai walked along the all-too-familiar path to Martha's grave, a complex mess of steel and wires held under his arm. This was the result of his labors, a device that could, in theory, be used to give a spirit physical form. He switched it on and it began to emit a strange noise. It started as a low-pitched drone, but gradually got higher and higher, penetrating through the air, through stone buildings, and even through living flesh. It was as if the whole of reality was being strained to its breaking point. The machine stopped, and Sai looked around him. He didn't see Martha anywhere. Did it work? Something in the air did feel different. Picking up his device, Sai skulked away to investigate. Even before he reached town, it was obvious that all was not well. It was too quiet. Even at this time of day, there should be crowds of people bustling around as they made their way to work. Sure enough, the streets were full of people now, but every last one of them had fallen to the ground. They lay there motionless, as if life had been drained out of them, leaving only empty husks. But what is this? I was trying to convert souls into physical matter, not this, so why? Sai felt his knees begin to buckle as he began to realize the full horror of what he had done. He ran throughout the town, desperate to find another living human. There had to be somebody out there besides him. No, this is all wrong. This wasn't meant to happen. Sai sank to his knees as despair gripped his heart. They were all gone. He spent his life trying to make contact with the dead, and now he was the only living man left. What is it, the Twilight Zone? Let's see. He was too dumb given the movie rights, or those bastards found a way to screw him off. Either way, can't in good conscience look at his series traded so disjointed. So then what you do is you buy the manga. And then you watch the anime on a streaming site. Not one where they... If you really don't want to support the people that make the anime. You have to buy the manga directly. That's the best way to support the mangaka, I think. So let's see. Part 3. Farewell. All Sai had wanted to see was Martha again. To make toys for his old friend and see her smile again. How had such a simple desire led him to commit this atrocity against the laws of nature? The device felt heavy in his hands, but he kept hold of it all the same. Where did I go wrong? How can I possibly make up for this? Somebody, please, somebody tell me what to do. For a moment, it felt like something had brushed Sai's shoulder. It was probably just his imagination. He was so desperate for human contact, his mind was playing tricks on him, but he couldn't help looking all the same. Nobody there. Of course not. I'm all alone. The street was deathly silent, without so much as a breeze to disturb the fallen leaves on the ground. Sai smirked, ashamed of his own foolishness. How could he have let himself get his hopes up like that? Oh, I finally got to see you smile again, but you don't look happy at all. Sai knew that voice. He'd know it anywhere. He spent most of his life wishing he could hear it again. Martha, is that you? Please, if you're here, show yourself. Talk to me, Martha. He didn't care if it was real or hallucination anymore. If Martha was there was hope. Sai broke into a run, scrambling through the streets. But there was no sign of Martha. Only her voice remained. You've been crying for such a long time, Sai. I thought you'd have found something to smile about by now. I'm not crying. Why would I be sad? It's not like you're gone. We'll see each other again someday, so... Even as he spoke, Sai realized he was wrong. His cheeks were wet with tears. How long had he been crying? Had he ever stopped since the day Martha was killed? No. Deep down, I always knew that you were gone, that you weren't coming back. He tried to deny this, buried himself in his work to avoid thinking about it, but there was no more hiding from the truth. I used to love making toys. I loved seeing the kids in the park play with them, but it was having my best friend alongside me that made it all worthwhile. I couldn't accept that you were really gone, Martha, that you were really dead. The words came spilling out, and so I became aware of a bright light that hadn't been there before. It was so dazzling that he had to shield his eyes against it. All the long hours in his workshop over the last 30 years had made him indifferent to things like weather and natural light. Now a long-forgotten sensation was beginning to stir in his mind. He remembered what it was like to walk with warm sunshine kissing his skin. Sai fell to his knees. When he opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with his old friend. I'm sad you won't get to play anymore, too. But so long as you can move on and keep living your life, I'll be right there with you. A smile finally broke through Sai's tears, a genuine one this time. One that made him look much more like his old self again. I have to move on, don't I? Oh, Martha, I must have made you so sad all this time. Right, that machine you made is cool and all, but it's just not you. You always seemed happier when you were making toys. I guess you're right. When I try to make anything else, it always goes wrong. They stayed like that for some time, chatting and catching up as if nothing had changed. In the midst of that cold, empty world, there were still two souls with warmth in their hearts. It was like a dream come true. But during a break in their conversation, Sai realized how quiet the rest of the town was. It was time for the dream to end. I have to go before everybody comes back. I told Adios that you're not a bad person, that you didn't mean to do this. She said she'd forgive you if you can let me go. Martha took a step backwards. Goodbye, Sai. I'm really happy I got to be friends with you, and I like you better when you smile. Sai took a deep breath and rose to his feet. He had to do this right. Tears were streaming down his face, but he kept his voice steady. Thank you, Martha. I'm so glad I got to see you again. And don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll live a good life and I'll make you proud. Two words from him, and the miracle that he'd worked so hard to achieve would be over. Part of him wanted to keep hiding from the truth, to make this moment last forever. But that temptation soon passed. He knew what he had to do, and he'd see off his old friend with the brightest smile he could muster. He wanted Martha to remember him, like this. Goodbye, Martha. The girl was already starting to fade from view, as if melting into the sunlight. She kept waving the whole time until finally she was gone. Sai became dimly aware of a strange sound, a low-pitched drone that was gradually getting higher and higher. The world seemed to change in a blink of an eye. The town was once more teeming with life, the people on their feet again and going about their business like nothing had happened. Sai walked through the streets in a daze. Perhaps it was instinct or nostalgia or Eidos' guidance that led him to the park. Children gathered around him, looking at the strange machine under his arm. Hey mister, what's that thing? What's it for? How does it work? Sai smiled. He knelt down and started tearing apart his invention, rearranging the components into something completely different. Ta-da! It's a butterfly. It uses orbital energy and the wind to fly. Wow, cool. I want one too. Let's have a race and see who can fly the farthest. Sai worked quickly, and within a few minutes, the sky was alive with dancing butterflies and the laughter of children. Okay. Let's see. You don't know, you just don't think it can? You mean, to begin with, it's a bit unnatural how this series became so popular as quickly as it did? A movie after 24 episodes? My Hero didn't have a movie that fast. My Hero was really popular when it first came out, though. Still, I think maybe they just didn't really have plans for a movie? Because it's still, like, up to the creator if he wants to make one. It's possible that he just wanted to get a little bit farther in his series before he threw out any of his movie ideas. That is my assumption. Anyway, the legendary Chosen One. Chapter 1, Awakening. Andel's village was way out in the middle of nowhere. It didn't have any famous landmarks or specialty goods. There was no reason for anyone to visit at all. Little by little, more and more of the villagers had to move out, or at least commute to Heimdall for work. Andel was a curious boy by nature, so when his father offered to take him to the capital one day, he jumped at the chance. He wanted to see what made this place so special. It wasn't long before he found out. Back home, nothing ever seemed to change from day to day, year to year, but the big city was full of all kinds of things he had never seen before. I need to go to work, so stay here in this plaza and play until I'm done, his father told him. Okay, don't forget to snag me a souvenir. Andel looked around the plaza. There were plenty of other children there, but his eyes were drawn to 3 kids standing off to one side. They were striking dramatic poses and making strange exaggerated movements. That didn't look like any game he'd seen before. Hi, what are you guys playing? We're playing Legendary Heroes. We only learned it ourselves a while back. Legendary Heroes, so like Sentai? Andel's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, that sounds cool. How'd you find out about it? It's a funny story. These weird kids showed up one day and taught everyone how to play, but none of us had ever seen them before, and they talked kinda weird, like they were from olden times or something. Awesome. I wish I could get cool ideas like that. We don't know how much of it is true, but whatever. Don't think about it too much and just have fun with it. Sounds good. Can you teach me how to play too? Ooh. Can you teach me how to play too? The game of Legendary Heroes involved setting up a peculiar ritual with tree branches to infuse it with ancient power. When that was done, the first thing that popped into each hero's head became their sacred mission. Before long, Andel and the others had become fast friends, and soon enough, his father arrived to take him home. The next day, Andel went to tell his friends Monty and Keith about everything he'd seen in the capital, including the new game. I don't know, it sounds kinda weird, like, what do you even do? Keith was always trying to act grown up. Sometimes it took a lot to convince him to join in with his friends' games. Monty, on the other hand, tended to be shy and timid, but he liked the sound of this. If we don't have to fight bad guys or do anything scary, then maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, we might even turn into legendary heroes for real. Pfft. Yeah, come on, let's get this over with. You'll probably get bored of it after an hour or so. Andel set up the ritual just the way the new friends in the city had shown him. He gathered 10 tree branches and stuck them into the ground in a roughly circular pattern. Then he, Monty, and Keith stepped into the circle and chanted the magic spell. We call upon the power of the Ancient Ones. Each friend then picked up one of the sticks and held it aloft like a sword. So the other sticks are our magic circle, right? Right. It's filling us with ancient power, just like the heroes from olden times. Andal struck a dramatic pose, as if this moment was far too important to let pass without doing something special to mark it. Quit it, you're gonna... Huh? Keith was cut off by a clatter as the 7 sticks all fell down one after another, forming a strange symbol. They began to glow, getting brighter and brighter, and soon the 3 friends were engulfed in an ethereal light. Andal looked up to the sky, and seemed to hear a solemn voice speaking directly into his mind. Ye who have gathered here, I grant unto you the power to change your destiny. That's part 1. You were originally gonna watching sometime of the new year, but now that's out of the window. It's fine, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Gotcha. Alright. Chapter 2, Conquest. The voice finished speaking, and the 3 pillars of light descended from the heavens into the 3 boys. It then vanished as quickly as it came. They looked at the sky again and then to each other. Had all that been real? You think maybe we got into the game we started hearing things? No way, we all heard the same thing. It had to be real. That voice said it would give us power. Maybe we can, I don't know, use some kind of special skills now or something. Andal tried waving his arms around, but nothing happened. Come on, give us some kind of hint. Andal tried raising his arm one more time. Suddenly, there was a crackle of energy. Crackle of energy and lightning, or something that looked a lot like it, started to shoot out of his palm. Unlimited power. Well, did you see that? Come on, guys, you try it too. Following their friend's example, the other boys raised their hands. A wild wind shot out from Monty's, while Keith unleashed a torrent of water. Andal was thrilled. It worked! We got the hero's ancient power, for real. With this, we could take over the world or something. That'd be cool, right? The others were less enthusiastic about their newfound powers. I could never do that. I get scared just talking in front of big groups of people. We can't go showing off this power to just anyone. We have to keep it secret or else they'll try to use it for crimes and stuff. Andal couldn't believe his ears. What's wrong with you guys? We are given these powers for a reason. We can't just waste them. Well, fine, if you're chicken, then I'll do it myself. Before they could reply, he stomped away, leaving them a little dazed and confused about what had just transpired. I'll show them all. Taking over the world will be a cinch, and I'll start with the kids in the plaza. The next morning, Andal snuck out of his house and went to the capital alone. He found all the kids at the plaza and showed them his new trick. Check it out, it worked. I'm a real legendary hero now. Wow, that's so cool. You can shoot beams without using an ornament or anything. This is exactly the action Andal had been hoping for. What was wrong with Keith and Monty? Who wouldn't want to be a hero and have people admire them like this? I'm going to tell everyone about this and take over the world. Follow me! With another mighty cheer, they all set off joyously. Andal now set his sights on the city's grown-ups. He'd shown his power to them just as he had to the kids, but it didn't work out the way he expected. None of them took him seriously. They all thought it was just some kind of childish game and told him not to play with ornaments. Andal grew impatient. He raised his palm again and again, and with each bolt he sent into the sky, the clouds got darker and darker. Before long, a storm was raging up above. Lightning struck an oval streetlight, shattering the glass and bending the pole into a strange, twisted shape. See? Not anyone can do that, right? That got their attention. People who'd been passing by were now stopping to stare at the destruction. I'm going to use this power to become a legendary hero. Follow me to glory. Now they'd all fall in line and cheer for him, or so Andal thought. One old man clearly had other ideas. Now look here, Sonny, enough of this horseplay. You can't go around smashing things up like that. What would you have done if one of them bolts had hit someone, eh? What if you hurt one of your friends or burned someone's house down? His words shook Andal. They had an even more dramatic effect on the crowd. Everyone started to lose interest and wander off, even the kids who followed him all this way. It's supposed to be 3 heroes, right? Queried one kid. This guy's gotta be a fake. Slowly but surely they all disappeared. I'm not a fake, it's true. You saw what I can do. Right? I'm the chosen one. But they wouldn't listen. Dejected and alone, Andal dashed down a back alley. He was afraid he might burst into tears, and he didn't want anyone to see that. Eventually, he found himself in an empty lot. He thought he was finally alone, but then a man appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Hey kid, you're one of the legendary heroes, right? Don't worry, I believe in you. You're the real deal, I can tell. Finally, someone who understood. Thanks. I was kind of starting to wonder if I'd made some kind of mistake. The man knelt down so he could look Andal right in the eye. Nah, the only mistake you made was not going far enough. Something about the way the man spoke was unsettling. Suddenly, Andal felt a pressure over his mouth and a strange smell, and he started to feel very sleepy. I can't believe he fell for it. Some chosen one he turned out to be. With that, the man hoisted Andal over his shoulder and stuffed him into the back of an orbital car. Huh. That's one way to end a section of a story. But, Andal, Keith, and, what was the other one? It was Andal, Keith, and Morty. Those are the 3 kids that we saw in Heimdall who were, like, kicking a ball around, I think. Right? So how am I? I'm doing fine, Chessmaster. I had a, fairly long morning. But, after that, I made myself a good lunch, and I'm going to make myself a good dinner once I'm, done reading all these stories. Same kids. Because, like, the name Andal seemed familiar, but I couldn't really put it into where. And I was like, oh yeah, they were in Heimdall. What are the other 2 kids' names? Monty and Keith. So yeah, it's the 3 kids from Heimdall. Cute. So somebody made a story with those 3 kids. In fact, that sounds familiar. Did somebody say something about that when we were in Heimdall and Cold Steel 3 about that? About making a story about the 3 kids? I don't know. My brain might be making stuff up, but that sounds familiar. Like one random NPC's line of dialogue. Chapter 3. The Chosen Ones. When he woke up, Andal was still in the backseat of the car. The strange man from before was driving. Oh, you're awake. Don't get any funny ideas, right? I got friends stationed in your village. You try to escape, and I give them the signal to torch the place. Understand? What are you going to do with me? Andal's trying his best not to sound scared. That's a real talent you got there. It's like you said, not just anyone can call down lightning without using quartz or orbment. The way I see it, there's all kinds of ways I can make money off of you. The man spoke callously, as if kidnapping a child off the streets and threatening an entire village was the most natural thing in the world. Andal hadn't been tied up or gagged, but he still felt trapped. There were probably countless ways to escape from this situation, but he had no choice but to stay put. What am I doing? What am I doing? He thought. I don't have to do what this guy says. I could probably knock him out with a bolt of lightning. But what if I mess up and kill him? What if he gets a signal on and his friends burn down the village? Andal remembered how the old man in Heimdall had scolded him for his irresponsible behavior, and the way his friends back home had acted. Keith and Monty were right. I'm no hero. Showing off just got people mad at me, and now I'm in this mess. Being given a special power that was uniquely his had gone to his head, but he saw the truth now. He was still just a kid, and the situation he'd been put in made him feel more helpless than ever. The kidnapper smirked. Say goodbye to Erebonia, kid. Odds are, you ain't gonna see it again for a long time. There was no response. In fact, the back of the car was unusually quiet all of a sudden. Was the kid just sulking? He adjusted the rearview mirror. Hey, I don't know what you're up to, but he was gone. There was no sign of Andal anywhere. The kidnapper tried to twist around to see better, but the next moment, a shock went through his entire body. Andal had crouched behind the driver's seat and unleashed one of his bolts. Why, you little... The shock wasn't enough to knock the kidnapper out, but it did slow him down long enough for Andal to grab the steering wheel. The car veered off the edge of the road, swerving in every direction. You idiot, you're gonna kill us both! The kidnapper wrenched the wheel away just in time to avoid crashing into a tree, and slammed on the brakes hard. While he was doing that, Andal used a lightning punch to shatter the passenger side window, giving him the perfect escape route. So long, sucker. Thanks for slowing down for me. A moment later he jumped, entrusting his safety to Adios. I know I'm just a kid. If anything really bad happens, there's no way I'll be able to make up for it. But I can't just sit around and let this happen. I figure I can still do something. For a moment, it seemed like Andal was going to hit every branch on every tree before being dashed on the cliffs below. But then, a blast of wind blew the branches aside and slowed his descent. He felt something, no, someone knock into him. They both tumbled to the ground. They were shaken, but still very much alive. Andal looked to the person who stepped in to rescue him. It was Monty, the boy who had been blessed with the power of wind. He was panting for breath, but still managed to choke out a wry laugh. I never thought you'd actually get kidnapped. I thought that kind of stuff only happens in books. Yeah, thanks, man. It would have been a goner for sure if you hadn't been here. And I'm sorry I got so carried away with the whole world domination fantasy. I was being really dumb. No worries. I wasn't sure I could be brave enough to do something like this, but when I saw you jump out the window, I didn't even have to think about it. It just kind of happened. No sooner had Monty finished his speech than they heard a loud bang from behind them, where the orbital car had been. They quickly turned to look. When Andal jumped, the kidnapper didn't chase after him. He was having enough trouble trying to right the car and save his own skin. Stupid brat. I'm going to let the others know about this. You're in for it now. Driving out of the forest and back onto a solid road, he grabbed his communication device. The voice that answered him didn't sound like any of his allies. It sounded a lot younger. Sorry, but your buddies are all tied up. You're the only one left. And it looks like he saved us the trouble of finding you. It was true. By some strange coincidence, the car had come to rest on the outskirts of Andal's village, and there was Keith, holding in their comm device and fixing the kidnapper with a fierce look. Damn it, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm sick and tired of you kids giving me the runaround. He floored the accelerator, ready to drive right through Keith if necessary. The boy stayed calm and sent a stream of water out of each of his hands, aiming at the car's front tires. They burst with a mighty bang, and the car spun out of control toward another large tree. Keith summoned another stream of water, turning the ground to mud and stopping the vehicle in its tracks. He sighed. And here I told Andal we should keep these powers secret, but I guess it's okay if we use them a little if it means helping people. With the kidnapper and his gang under lock and key, Andal was free to return home to his friends and family. His parents scolded him for running off in the first place, but they hugged him that much harder now that they knew he was alright. At the time, he couldn't put how he was feeling into words, but he could tell something had changed. He'd taken his first real step toward growing up. This is just a story, of course, but you see the point I'm trying to make, right? Power on its own isn't good for anything. Whatever kind of strength or talent you might have, think hard about how you can use it to improve the lives of others, understand? Yes, sir. It was another normal day at a normal little academy. Instructor Andal was well liked by his students. He always told the best stories. No one really knew what he did outside of working hours, though, and no one would ever connect him or his two friends to the mysterious team that worked so hard to protect the people of Erebonia from the shadows. This was a group no one knew for sure even existed. It was a rumor, an urban legend. They had been chosen to wield power unlike anyone else, and in their own way, they had become heroes. All I know is that this is as much lore from them as I'm gonna get because they sure as hell won't dive too much of it in this new one. Yeah. I mean, it's just a story. It's entirely possible that the powers thing is true and that they are keeping it a secret if they're smart. But we won't know for certain unless we see it somewhere else. And it probably won't happen for a while until they're old enough to be playable characters. How many chapters do we have? Oh my. This one's going to take like an hour to read. Or not. I don't know how long I read. Or how long it takes for me to read. But anyway, 3 and 9, the main book of this game that might have interesting lore for future games. Chapter 1, The Butler and the Lady. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored to a port town in the northeast of the Principality of Remiferia. Extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. Even among such guests, two stood out in particular. However, a young lady possessed a regal air and the butler at her side. Judging from their attire, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper T. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests were their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not only slowing her pace in the slightest, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper, as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. "Snap to it, you dullard," the young lady brusquely shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. "If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds." She continued to increase her pace while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her grateful appearance. Dressed in a lovely black frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires, and her twin pigtails curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50 Riege stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the arms of such a girl as her. "Please, my lady, forgive me." In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a not insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. "May I please see your invitation and boarding passes?" the crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent, a prized possession of the Verne Company. Its main route was between Remiferia and the Calvary Republic via Lamelin Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved by one Haldor Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvard. Passengers hoping to board required both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. "Gray," the girl called the boy by his name, and gestured with her hand, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. "Yes, my lady, what do you require of me?" the boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. "You can't possibly be this dense, you stupid worm," she snapped. "Oh, I am so sorry, my lady. I beg your forgiveness." Cowering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy stuttered and stammered 1,000 apologies. "Silence! The invitation and boarding pass, now! Right away, my lady." The boy began busily wrestling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. "Oh no!" he exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass gently fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. "Ah, no!" The boy's sudden grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet, it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuit radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink and his shoulders slumped like a criminal awaiting judgment. "You're absolutely useless!" The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. A welling strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthfuls of cold water. "My lady, please help me," he begged, his thrashing growing more desperate and frantic. "You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands." "But I can't swim," he burbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. "I'm well aware. Please, my lady..." His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water, and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His thrashing ceased and his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward to the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. "Miss, please, you must calm down," the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. How can I be calm about this? My father was unable to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on the ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank and competence, that is exactly what's going to happen. The girl gave a boy a menacing glare so virulent it could have stripped the paint from the entire vessel. Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board? Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained in it upon hearing those words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. "Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead?" The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself, and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the paper, then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt. Who can I confirm is indeed on the guest list? Might I presume that you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then, there will be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Strictly speaking, the decision of this nature... of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee. But in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to writhe another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky. The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way. Not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped and she let out a mighty yawn. Not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from only a few moments ago. I'm beat, S. I think I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush bear onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with a childlike exuberance befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down, the real mission begins now. Her voice was alarmingly calm and terse. As she brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor, his now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was the gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every ridge of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. Though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That wasn't really your best work out there, S. Far from it. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission. But you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know? Hamming it up like that made us stand out more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticisms. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumming butler, making a spectacle at the boarding gate, were simply elaborate pageantry, an act necessary for gaining entry to the ship and nothing more. And any other method of infiltration may have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, they chose to board under false identities. They had made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed on high-quality paper, but ultimately differed only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch Mira wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding company, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping their boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of wind and the timely group of fish were a result of a battle ornament the girl kept hidden in her stuffed bear. Clever method she had used many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful operation for the boy, known as the Three of Swords, and the girl, known as the Nine of Swords, in their life as professional assassins. To be continued. This story got interesting very quickly. Chapter 2, 3 and 9. At its scheduled time, actually, I wanted to keep track of how long it took me to read a single chapter, so I'm going to start a stopwatch and leave it on my desk, and then turn it off when I'm done reading, and go. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink to the distance, Three of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. Have you pinpointed enemy positioning? Is her prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as Nine of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl, the polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having been dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork for their mission, the assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant, Haldor Barn. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets, whether in swift silence or via raucous violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or their local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvard with Haldor still alive on it. Haldor had strong ties with Heyue, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this is where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. Finally, the third floor featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Haldor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the furthest back. The room furthest back. Three and 9 put their equipment and tools in order, then sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those with noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet once they arrived, they found that Haldor had not elected to appear, perhaps out of caution. This was expected, however, and the two took their planned positions in the central area of the room. It's time. Bree's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floor below. The passengers began to panic, but their fears slowly subsided to uneasiness as security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was progressing apace. Guess I'm up, 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed it back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding down to the floor. A series of muffled pops reverberated through the hall, creating a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe. My eyes are tearing up. The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the 3rd floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the 1st floor, meaning they would have to pass all the way through the 2nd in order to respond to any emergencies at the top of the ship. The large numbers of panicking as passengers on the 2nd floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time they would need. So far, the assassins' plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Haldor would be easy once they had reached him. The two hid themselves in a stairwell on the 3rd floor and scouted ahead. Two more there, from what I can see. Looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell they were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guests, but to personally attend to Haldor. Given that his room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. I'll take this lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward. Her posture relaxed, she made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps and turned to look, they didn't register as a threat, an advantage afforded her by her candy-sweet exterior. Little lady, you're not allowed up here without permission, one of the guards said in a gravelly voice. Yeah, we know there's some kind of disturbance downstairs, another chimed in, but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room. Her tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude toward 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Haldor's room. But I want to go in there, pretty please. 9 wasn't putting on the spoiled noble act she had used to sneak aboard the ship earlier in the day. This was probably as close to her genuine sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission. You want to meet with Mr. Haldor, do ya? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, because we got strict orders not to let anyone into this room. And there's nothing I can do to change your mind? 9 tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards. No, nothing, one of them finally responded. Oh, I see. That really is too bad. Despite her words, 9 didn't seem especially disappointed by their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud whip, followed by the thud of the 2 guards collapsing to the ground. Their necks had each been pierced by 2 needles, which had been tipped in poison, a specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison throughout a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poisons, each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, she would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 had struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while. What the? Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrades. The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a longsword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of the typical curved one. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and, curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. The 2 remaining bodyguards had seen what happened and had each already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how youthful their opponents, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches. "You little bastards!" one of them yelled as he began swinging his axe downward. The 3 met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3. While holding the axe in place with his right hand, 3 quickly drew a short sword with his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard. However, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was missing a piece. It was much less an offensive weapon than the longsword, being used mainly for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man with only his right hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. With his remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his short sword deep into his torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Right, that should be... 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards had all been dispatched, but as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger. Weapon drawn, his sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separated them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. My, you're sharp. I was wondering how long it'd take for you to catch on. 9 turned lazily on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin red stripes appeared over the heir's arms and legs, blood beginning to trickle out like sanguine tears. You'd do well to keep still. Wriggle too much and you'll be leaving in far more pieces than you arrived. Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of this painful predicament was a web of superfine steel wires surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the wires were roughly as sharp as a drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. My throat is so dry. 9 had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-spattered tableau. The wires were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such wire was notoriously difficult to use, and was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only means of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their target, like Sharon, 9 had yet to attain such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, and a fiendishly clever master of traps besides, as the ex-Jaeger had just learned. 9 tossed a poisoned needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed 3 staring at her. "What? Something wrong, S?" she asked, using the nickname she preferred to call 3 by. She would often refer to herself as N, which 3 took as a shortened version of 9. But when she spoke with 3, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed it to be short for swords, despite the word being part of both their names, but had never bothered to ask. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. 3 tersely responded as he returned to face the VIP room door. At last, the pair stepped into the room, housing their target, Haldor Barn. Okay, before the next one, I am going to take a 30 or so second break. By the way, that took about 12.5 minutes. Although that was too bright for the camera to pick up. Or 12.5 minutes. So, we still got a ways to go. I'll be back in a sec. I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while. Chapter 3. The Assassins and the Target. Inside the room was opulence being manifest, the best of the best, enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of its spacious layout sat Haldor Barn. Reclined on a sofa, he brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted in a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence, such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one to be allowed in, yet there were now 2 children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what had happened. Though their appearances made it hard to believe, the 2 standing before him were no doubt professional assassins, here for his life. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept his realization hidden, and didn't allow so much as a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of this confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 ards in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. "Wowee, that's a big one," Nine remarked, glancing up at it. "An archaism," 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. "This beauty is a new favorite of mine. A rather fruitful find at a recent back alley auction I happened to attend, and it wasn't cheap, let me tell you." But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measures. I paid a princely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mere well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. In fact, it'd be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smug grin, Halter looked like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. "So the bums outside were just bouncers then, and this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you," 3 deduced. "Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct," Halter said gleefully. "As long as I have it by my side, my safety here is guaranteed, and once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable." He let out a long laugh, his voice rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. "Shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh?" The duo's comments weren't born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail their mission, and even if Halder somehow manage to make it to Heiaway territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. They would pursue him to the bitter end. To the last man, he had 0 chance of survival. Attack! At Halder's order, the archaism lurched into action. It set its sights on 3 and charged straight for him. 9 took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close-quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbital arts. As she began the charge, however, one of the archaism's arms rapidly folded out into a gun. The muzzle pointed in 9's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! 9 evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her art. The archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was too busy fending off its melee attacks with his longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, 9 screwed up her face in frustration and suddenly gripped her plush bear. "This thing doesn't play nice. I quit," she said in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of a machine, and without the ability to cast her arts, 9 found herself at a loss. 3, however, remained unperturbed and readied himself for another onslaught. "I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me up when the fighting's over, okay?" 9 said as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillow. "9, cut it out. I need you to stay awake," 3 shouted from the other side, shouted from across the room. Despite this, 9 didn't react at all. As she dozed, the archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focused attention on 3. Its 4 arms transformed into a sword, a lance, an axe, and a gun, proceeded to launch a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. The 3 leapt out of the way as the machine's sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing toward him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. Meanwhile, the Archaism had its gun, trained in Halder's direction. Even in the heat of combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Swift movements and deft swordplay were the foundation of 3's combat style, but they were little use against such a powerful machine. The Archaism was simply too fast, and his attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than 3 could keep up. To his irritation, 3 found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced 3 to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his longsword. This violent dance continued on for some time. 3 managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child. That armor was specifically commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance at Gehenna against them. Halder's mocking tone grated on 3's nerves. It was made worse by the fact that it was clear he wasn't lying. 3's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, 3 had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete, 9 began suddenly speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued, her voice flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, joint 1, down 5 Rij. Legs, joint 2, up 3 Rij. Waist, rotation axis center. Left side of chest, up 2 5. Left 1 5. The first to respond was not 3, but Halder. You little wench, how'd you do that? He was flustered, clearly shocked that 9 had figured out the Archaism's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Pure disbelief was etched into Halder's face. 3, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. Yes, now! Right. 3 readied himself and rushed the Archaism, his swordplay swifter than ever, a veritable tornado of slashes and stabs. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point a second time, but the result was the same as before. Nothing but the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the Archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Halder was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke. You could swing those little swords of yours until the palms come home, but you're never getting through that armor. All part of the process. Letting the simple reply linger in the air, 3 lined up his short sword with the empty section in the base of his longsword. The 2 blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon, their sharp edges lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to tell the 2 were ever anything other than a single sword. Halder watched the process with interest, but then burst into mocking laughter a moment later. Proud of your pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that will be your ticket to victory? Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of 3's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the Archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed little better than a toy. Three chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point on the Archaism's leg, the same spot he had targeted before. This time, however, his strike was followed by a loud explosion and the Archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the Archaism itself, and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. The blast appeared similar to that of a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have cast anything. Even if they had, the Archaism sensor surely would have detected it. What the... Halder stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by 3's sword, followed by another explosion. A second of the Archaism's limbs was sent flying to the corner of the room. What the hell's going on? Halder screeched, no longer trying to no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject horror. This is no ordinary sword, 3 began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with a battle ornament, forming a single weapon. Well, strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary ornament than a battle ornament. As he spoke, he continued his attack, his swordplay not pausing for even a moment. An ornament with a single function, a controlled explosion on points I designate. However, its activation requires each blade to have separately made contact with the intended target area. You can think of the marks as targeting coordinates, essentially. Even though 3's initial attacks seemed to have been repelled, there were actually preparatory steps in this process. The subsequent explosions were the true attack. The third strike to the same location, this time with the unified blade, results in the explosion. The location and timing specifications were complicated, as was the use of the specialized ornament in conjunction with some automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time. However, if the wielder was skilled enough, they'd be able to launch powerful arts attacks without the need for any charge-up period. It was in this ability that the true value of 3's weapons lay. But, having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid art strikes unleashed on it, the Archaism began throwing out sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Halder that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began desperately looking for a means of escape. Stop fighting and get me out of here now!" she ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving towards him. "I don't think so," a lazy voice called out from across the room. Man, I zoned out for a second. That's not good. Yeah. Ooh. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with a complex web of steel wire, rendering it immobile. This is the end. He quickly struck its remaining weak points in rapid succession. The resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surroundings with burnt steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was so filled with broken parts, it was more scrapyard than sweet. The remainder of the Archaism's body ceased all functions and collapsed, its chassis mangled beyond recognition. Three deftly wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving toward Haldor. "Stay back!" A pitiful squeak escaped Halder's throat as he scrambled backward, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. 3's mission was nearing its end, yet he didn't feel happiness, or even relief. He took a step closer. He felt a sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. He took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figure you at least deserve to know who's ending your life. To know, 3 thought to himself, whose name to curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna? I am 3 of Swords. He plunged his blade deep into Halder's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally starting to move up to the 3rd floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quietly broke open the window and jumped through it to the sea outside. It's a good thing this mission wasn't on an airship. That would have made escaping way more of a pain, 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation, as well as forcing the 2 to leap from ship to ship mid-air. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. Yeah. We would know if you've played Trails in the Sky the Third. Because it was something very similar. 9 softly called out 3 again, using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The 2 of them looked back toward the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the 2. Yeah, 3 said quietly, I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission dossier, and knew that 9 spoke true. Haldor was a bastard through and through, one that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer a part of it. Not that that matters either way. When it came down to it, a hit was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent, or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassination order came from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was. I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out from her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft big enough for one. 9 climbed aboard it and flopped down, once again using her bear as a pillow. I'm gonna catch another few winks. I'll leave this part to you, ass, okay? This part meant for three to swim them both ashore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, 3 felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and 9 had been operating together for over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more a little sister than just his partner. Their dear? Did they misspell there? Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their missions. Yeah, they misspelled there. Despite this, 3 understood the situation. He understood that even if 9 was his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. To be continued. Interesting. Water is tasty. Chapter 4, 3 of Swords. They haunt me relentlessly. All the people I murdered over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts into their chests, sliced their torsos right through the middle, but no matter what I do, an army of corpses continues to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me alone. I'm not gonna read that. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart. But they don't relent. Chunks of flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains. They gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away! I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me just as I did to them. Let me go. I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke from my nightmare, my breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed. And yet, I had no choice but to continue. Nai and I were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination, to kill as we were ordered to. Our entire existence boiled down to the singular point. To reject an order or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization. To even speak its true name was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective lay elsewhere. As a lower-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization had served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess special potential were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children entered the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. This sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it? But it's probably not the same thing. I'm gonna assume that the organization is like not Ouroboros, because they aren't an assassin group. even though they do have assassins in the group. I don't think they usually hold assassinations unless it's one of the Anguis, who's basically an Assassin's Guild leader. Which we don't know about, so... yeah. That's what happened with me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's doors at 7 years old. Anyone who dared utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than another tool in the arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon, however. Our names, more like titles, are based on tarot cards. So it is Ouroboros then? Because Ouroboros is the same way. Ah, my nose. In my case, the moniker I received was from the Minor Arcana, 3 of Swords. It didn't have even the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and a small fraction of the very best candidates were given a name based on the Major Arcana. Everyone who survived combat training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the Major Arcana could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it they were even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is the 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5. Even if they make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and wires, allowing her to control the field of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up after working together for a year. I could honestly say she was the best partner I had ever had, and the most reliable. At the time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reasons why the organization used a partner system were twofold. The obvious reason was that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced each partner to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we are expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make a report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem, too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you need to regard most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival, and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. I suppose it was more we than I. At the time, I was partnered with another boy, known as Ace of Swords. Ace was my senior. He was a pretty good guy. Got along well enough, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall, and he used it both to destroy our enemies and protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was a contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around that was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided that we need to execute our plan as far away from the other assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. We entered Erebonia. Thinking that its considerable distance from our normal area of operations meant we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. That was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for that reason. We fought well together. The third time, however, it was the Overseer that paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the Overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. "Hey Ace," I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever have. "What's up, buddy?" "I just want to say, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse." "What's that supposed to mean?" He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk at my comment. "Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still." Ace waited in silence for me to continue. "Being by your side all this time, well, it's made my life so much better, Ace. Even if we were fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool." The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. "3, thanks for everything, man." "You too, Ace. Thank you." I said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at that very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then... "If that's how you feel," Ace started. Suddenly, the ambience in the cave completely shifted. Like some horrible hallucination, Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. "Then die, buddy. Die for me." My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying we would face our deaths together. I turned to face him just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down toward my head. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into a rubble. "Ace, what are you doing?" I cried out. "You can't figure it out on your own. Have you forgotten the final rule for those who betray the organization?" The final rule. I hadn't forgotten it. I simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant to our situation, but everything clicked in place then. When two partners betrayed the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with the corpse. The idea behind this rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation, then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problems so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why, over and over. "Ace, why? Why are you doing this?" "You know, buddy, becoming partners with you is the only bit of luck I've had in my whole goddess-damned life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you—" "Because I need to survive," he said, his voice dripping with desperation. "I can't die like this." Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me again. The same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. "Just die!" he screamed. I tried to scream back, but the horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my head ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overcome by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sound of Ace's body collapsing to the ground. That's how I managed to survive. How I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I'd been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still haven't given up on winning back my humanity, but I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. To be continued. These chapters, I feel like, are honestly getting better and better. And longer. 33 pages for this chapter. Chapter 5, The Overseer and the Report. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just beginning to pierce the dark sky above. Stepping out of the inn, Three inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The town, known as Luzent, was located on the border of Calvert and Remiferia. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvert. In stark contrast, westward lay a mountain road known only to a select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through the official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered boulders. The site was deep in the mountains and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said 3. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word: "Speak." This man, known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over 3 and the rest of the organization's tools. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received their reports. 3 relayed the details of the Haldor mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. Next. Right, regarding 9 of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear that any plot that they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. "That is all," 3 said as he finished his report. "Very well," the Overseer said. "You'll be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready." "Understood." 3 turned to head back to town, but as he did, Overseer spoke again. It was a little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with a weight that froze 3 in his tracks. "Stop." 3 slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face. "It's been 3 years now. You haven't been making any more plans, have you?" 3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his escape attempt 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on 3's new plan to escape? No. 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Furthermore, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered here, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. "I will never again attempt something so foolish. I am a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the lives of my targets." The way he cast his eyes, his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns, he had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke. "I do hope that is the case." The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in 3's chest. "There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders," the Emperor said. "I will fully devote myself to meeting them," 3 said in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town, and was not stopped this time. Bought it. Back at his inn-room, 3 let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed into his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless, he felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was indeed hiding his true intentions from the organization. In truth, 3 had been planning a second escape attempt. The past few years had been grueling, but did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown, stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart, he feared would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being little more than a device. One whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster. That was the terrifying future he dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had two requirements he absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, Nine could not find out about his plan, regardless of the partnership. He had to be careful to avoid even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that 3 would be forced to abandon 9, someone who had fought at his side through countless life-or-death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever 3 thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan in motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Strangely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where 3 had tried, actually. Before he could even get the first word out, however, memories of Ace's sword speeding down toward him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. 3 shook off the thoughts plaguing him and returned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dust began to settle on the town. The day saw 3's diligence pay off at last. His final preparations had gone smoothly as he had hoped for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once 9 fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvard, he would be traveling by car, and he had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he'd promptly set off for Liberl via one of the international airship routes that regularly departed from the city. He'd yet to decide what to do after that point. He could stay a night or two in Liberl, or perhaps head over to Lemon. In any case, he needed to get as far away from his current location as possible. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization and had little idea what went on among its upper echelons, but he was determined to show them all that he was capable of casting off the shackles they bound him with. Caw, caw. His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. It made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the Overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even been an entire day since 3 had delivered his report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? Even as he said the words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers. Before the Overseer realized what had happened. Were 3 to ignore a direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains, the same site he had been just that morning, in fact. There remained no trace of the ominous, eerie stillness that pervaded the place before. However, bathed by the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders seemed wreathed in brilliant flames from a distance. 3 arrived to find 2 figures already waiting for him. The first was the Overseer, draped in the same tattered robe as usual. The thought occurred to 3 that it made the man look more the part of the Hermit Arcana than it did the Emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear, 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Haldor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, they had been called to be briefed on their next mission. It was only natural she'd be summoned as well. Something felt different, however. He couldn't put his finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. So, you've arrived, the Overseer said as 3 approached. Yes, what is my task? The initial exchange was the same as it always was. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not. Make your appeal. My appeal? 3 said slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising. I have received a report detailing your treachery from the 9 of Swords. I don't... 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen, going over the steps in his head time and again. And the absolute worst one possible is now playing out right before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like Ace? It was impossible, 3 thought. He hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional and he could not, under any circumstances, trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There's been some kind of mistake. 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk your way out of this, S. No, 3 of Swords. 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap of paper from within her bear and showed it to 3. This is your ticket for an airship voyage to Liberl, the one you booked for noon tomorrow. 3 felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst this shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was fake, that he had the real ticket, but to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that utilized this very same kind of forgery, 3 now found himself the victim of the exact same trick. By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Renus Fogert, right? Student of Genos Royal Academy, correct? 9 continued. That's the same name you used on your false ID on one of our missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius, strangely enough. 3 decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse, and had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan, yet it had all been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell had this happened? I take that expression to mean you're trying to puzzle out just how your plan is exposed, 9 said, a bright smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was clear to 3 that she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target, right from day one. Her tone was merciless, her words dripping with thinly veiled venom. Yes, I've been watching you 3, inspecting, observing. The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up and finally show your true colors. It's been that way since the moment I became your partner. 3 struggled to wrap his mind around what 9 was saying. Fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid, despite the Overseer's presence. With each word, 3 felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that their job required, but where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She'd felt this way from the start? Why? The Overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, decisive laugh. I take it you still haven't figured it out. Who she is, I mean. 3 could not, for the life of him, figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at 9, searching for some sort of clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred. One that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? She began. Before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered. He was my brother. 3's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled. His mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he was being pulled into the bottom of the sea. The air crushed out of his lungs by its unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I could finally avenge his murder. 3 barely heard 9's words, as his head swam with thoughts. Ace was Nine's brother? She had known everything from the start? She had been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the start, always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. 3 stood there dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the Overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across 3's face. We have all the facts we need. You will be purged from the organization as per our rules. Your partner, 9 of Swords, will now end your life. Hearing the Overseer's words, 9 stepped forward. If you wish assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared. Though I admit, the idea of losing such talent pains me. The reward. The right to one's freedom gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for this freedom had dominated 3's existence for years, and now 9 would be the one to gain it, in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own hands. She took another step forward, producing a number of poisoned needles from inside her bear. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at 3. He instinctively drew his sword and batted the needles out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he close the distance between them, yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was surely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partly because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best 9, he would need to take on the Emperor afterward, and he knew that was a battle he had no chance of winning. 3 simply accepted his fate to die there and then. There was nothing he could do to change it. 9 pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before, and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In 3's mind, the thought slowly began to sink in. This was his retribution for killing Ace. 9 leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, 3 thought. Someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his own life doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live. 9 continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her wires. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for 3 in a close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, 9 managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her wire around 3's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. 9 deftly moved her fingers and the steel collar tightened around 3's neck. This is the end, she said in a flat, frigid tone. 3 knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to await his end in silence, but the cold embrace of death did not come. We've been reading these stories for an hour and a half. I'm enjoying it, though. Chapter 6, 9 of Swords. My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. As far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took Mira from Mom and left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than Dad ever did. Whenever at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I always hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when he was there by my side. Those days didn't last long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much Mira, though, and even between my brother and I, our income barely made a scratch in the mounting debt. One day my brother vanished and Dad announced he had let him spread his wings. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at that point I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay here until he did. 3 long years later, I received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, thrilled to have a connection with him once again. I eventually found out he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy organization called the Organization. The things he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said that the organization was nightmarishly strict and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person, but that was impossible and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of Mira again and I knew what was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother, telling him as much. He wrote back, telling me that he and his partner had decided to escape the organization. I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He followed his declaration with a promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of a home. What followed, however, was, at the very end of his letter, was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least gets out of there. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. That was the last letter I ever received from him. In the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out, just as I thought he would. He had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew they were destroying him physically as well, but I'd stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training that I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everyone around me and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day I would follow orders, not thinking for myself, but then night would come, and I'd have nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented by thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in the world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd eventually fall unconscious, for about an hour a night. 2. If I was really lucky. Oh. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much. And what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I had a chance to meet him, the boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quietly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all of my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instincts telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day, we were out on a mission, and I found myself unable to sleep when I was next to him. I mean actually sleep, deeply and soundly, for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remembered feeling being next to my brother, strangely enough. When I awoke from this much-needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling, and those tears came pouring out. The chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me. But that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what had really happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner and their prospects were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, that even if he did accept it, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in the only way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep. And sleep I did, every chance I got. Midday during our missions, if there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on the year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagined the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth, but I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. Our missions occasionally called for performances of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say why exactly that was, though. His movements were fine enough, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teachings, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things, or drastically underdo them. I wondered if it may have something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less than genuine about his performances. I came to the conclusion that he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He'd been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty of this task, and why he had to keep it to himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position, given that the organization still had its doubts about him. I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, but his shaky acting alone could very well have led the organization seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Haldor Barn mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil bastard who managed the two of us, the organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day he had a quiet, deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my partner. He knew he intended to betray the organization again. I knew he would gleefully purge him when the time came, and that time was getting closer with each passing day. If that's how things are going to be, I told myself, I'll just have to get ahead of them and put my own plan into motion. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made us partners in a bid to slowly push me toward revenge. He knew I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization, and the personal playthings of the Emperor's. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I'd finished my mission report, I told the Emperor my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent. Even with his face hidden under his cowl, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which then shifted into absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him as deep as possible. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and if I was to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner, in order to facilitate my wire attacks, or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my wires around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web of wires under my control. Manipulating this cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted it into a complex spiral shape that I would often use to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focused on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power as my metal wires, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all my strength to pull on another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and a section of the rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that I could have break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurtling down toward the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder more than 10 arj across. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down at the Emperor's head. The thunder of the rockslide drowning out all other sound. Finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from a massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he somehow had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had happened. "Yes," I cried out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head in his chest. This is where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let him go. I had never hugged him before then. I had always been too afraid to do so. "I'm so sorry I said those horrible things," I sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth. There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him most." Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. "Nine, what in the world?" Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. A small mountain of fallen rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to ride up into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. "What's happening?" Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. "Is it some kind of space element art? There's no way," I mused aloud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components? I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice steeped in panic. "That's the Emperor's power." But that meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upward, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection gently balanced in the air. "Now we need to move." I continued to sit there, absolutely dumbfounded. Three grabbed my hand and we set off in a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders and rocks of all sizes being flung upward into the sky, like a volcano erupting before our eyes. To be continued. Okay, the next few chapters are much shorter than most of the earlier ones. Chapter 7. Tears and Promises. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them, and were now completely out of breath. As they sat there together... Oh, you forgot? What'd you forget, Chessmaster? I'll read your comment before I start this this whole reading. Did I see the video? The where it's basically the Trails of Cold Steel intro, but they use a different song, I think. It's like re-edited with a different song. What about it? It was alright. I honestly don't remember the original trailer, so I don't really have a point of comparison in my mind. So, but I mean, it was made well. Except for Aurelia being grouped in with all the villains, but I'm guessing that's in the normal trailer. Considering, I think it was only a edit of the music and the timing. It beats the real opening, doesn't it? Eh. You think that part symbolizes neutrality? I guess. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna continue reading. I'm hungry, so it's getting hard for me to focus. So I have to continue, or else I won't be able to get back to things. Yeah, Chapter 7, Tears and Promises. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them, and were now completely out of breath. As they sat there together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from them up till then. She told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally, what really happened in that cave 3 years ago. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung so low that 9 couldn't see his expression. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure 3 would survive. And, as thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. 3 felt his chest tighten up as a wild mix of emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up, anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. "S, are you crying?" 9 looked on in concern. Having finished her story, she didn't need a response. However, 3's pained silence spoke volumes. "I'm fine," he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. "Is there anything I could do to make you feel better?" 9 asked. "I said I'm fine." Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. Still got a bit more? But, yeah. "You're an awful actor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing, you know that?" 3 sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over him, tucking his head in her hands. She began gently ruffling his hair, like a mother comforting a child. "Everything's okay now," she murmured gently. "It's all okay. But I 3 stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of 3's facade broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness. He relented at last. 9 was younger than 3 and definitely looked the part, but in that moment, she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3 who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone, his first time feeling the warmth of family. "I know how strong you had to be, S. I know how hard it's been for so long, but it's okay now, I promise." No longer to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. That sounds painful. I'm such a wretched excuse for he sobbed. I'm no longer able to control. He sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. That's not true. You know it's not true, Nine said softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me the past few years. You, S. But it's because of me that Ace... Listen, that just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're leaving for him now, too. Three's words failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing, his years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, Three was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, Nine told him. But if you ever want to, then that's okay too. So which is it then? Three retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away. He immediately turned the conversation back toward exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. So the Overseer had figured me out. He knew I was going to try to make a run for it. And that's why you moved to strike first, in order to outmaneuver him, Three thought out loud. That's right, I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd told me beforehand. And let you spoil the element of surprise with your awful acting skills? Nine gave a wry grin. Yeah, I don't think so. Three's face scrunched up a bit. Both Nine and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment he'd be the most distracted, Nine continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect and my preparations were more than enough, yet, despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, Nine simply couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, Three said. He said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? Nine asked. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, Three said. He did something similar 3 years ago when Ace and I fought him. Three wrenched open a bitter, painful memory and began relaying what he remembered to Nine. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization. It was then that they faced the Emperor. However, with the element of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacking precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanly so, and the two were quickly overpowered. So, what do you think? Three looked at Nine, awaiting her input. There was no sign of him starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said, her brow furrowed in thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given its modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like it. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. Nine scratched her head in frustration. Damn it. We don't really have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking a moment more, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our deaths. They fell silent for a time, until Three spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when you have to choose, we're going to prioritize your life, Nine. You need to be the one to Stop it! Nine silenced Three with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. But then, at least you'd be able to... If you die, I'm going right after you, she sobbed. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. Nine was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep, her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings was clear to Three. Seeing this, he let out a short sigh. Then you have my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right, Three said, taking a deep breath. And I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. Nine looked at Three with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance at all, we'll need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived it, it was hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have contacted the Emperor and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it then. We'll take him out. To be continued. They're gonna have to beat him like when Joshua beat Luve in his one-on-one duel after being badly hurt by the rest of the Liberl group. Chapter 8. Gravity and Artifacts. 3 and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits of rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe, under which he had hidden his face, had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a golden scepter with a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. I knew you'd be back. You two aren't complete fools, after all, the Emperor called out to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided? Which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hands from his sword, leaving it unsheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles and silently launched them at 3's neck. Or at least, that's how she made it appear. At the last second before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding toward the Emperor instead. The envenomed needles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downward sharply, plummeting harmlessly into the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, 9 called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. The trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upward. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking to a full-on charge. We've had enough. You're the one meeting their death today. 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor. However, with his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, 9-second set of needles changed direction midair and began falling straight toward the Emperor. She managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on projectiles, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to around his ire. You dared defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arge. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There's no way the Emperor's physical strength and weight of his scepter alone could do that. It occurred to me that there must have been another way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said in a low growl. The same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago and 3 years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind, and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he started to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve, however. He forced himself back on his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance. 9 continued to provide covering fire with their needles as 3 renewed his assault. Their approach proved to be no more fruitful than before. Even so, As 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his swords, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed the same powers of insight his partner possessed, his skills in close-quarters combat were elite even by the most exacting of standards. For her part, Nine's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she had instead begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effect of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts along with her volleys of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared to be simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun gaining the upper hand. Yet the Emperor did not seem fazed in the slightest. His expression was unreadable beneath the shadows of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language he still believed himself in full control of the situation. 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even his sword seemed to do little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carry his swords downward, just as 9's needles had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended, and possibly so, as though he had suddenly sprouted rings. His mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could only have been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity? Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead and swiftly swung it downward. As if mimicking this motion, 3 suddenly dropped out of the air, thrown to the hard ground below like a rag doll. Gah! The air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood between gasps. Get out of the way, he's not done! Save by 9's frantic warning, he just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed down to the ground where he had just been. As the gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below, it let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. The resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safely. Had he taken a direct hit, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal to 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to rest. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage of attacks, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such ever-changing conditions. The situation was taxing for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field's range and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the 2 of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. 9, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. She called out to him as he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out. Let's hear it. 3 waited for it to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then? 3 glanced at his foe's left hand. Seeing it empty, he thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him, purple, with a golden scripture of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided, just as I suspected. 9 nodded. 3 had also sensed something was different, but had certainly chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them, as he didn't consider them to be a true threat to him. Factoring in what 9 had just pointed out, however, cast things in a much different light. Oh, so you realized. The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though in recognition of 9's keen observation. You see, You see the implements he has on him now? I suspect that at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right. A helmet with a crown motif that can increase or reduce the overall level of gravity. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received. A scepter that sends out a devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target. And an orb with a crow perched on it that allows its wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. 9 paused her explanation for a moment as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak was now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the Church. Now that you mention it, this time around he hasn't been moving faster, while slowing us down at the same time, 3 said. When he fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, 3 and Ace have been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both sides are battling under the same levels of gravity, constantly shifting though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point or was destroyed or at least damaged in the rock slide, 9 explained. The pair realized that if this were true, now was their best chance to take down the Emperor, once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts they wear are collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, 9 of Swords, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you bastard. Ignoring 9's retort, the Emperor continued on, his exhilaration giving way to violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot rising upward with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter into a nearby boulder, and worthless tools must be disposed of. In an instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and sizes that were sent rocketing towards 9. Basically, Avengers Infinity War when Thanos blows up that moon and throws it at the Avengers. Watch out, 3 cried out. The shards flew like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns. All of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight. Not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Panicked, 3 rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his swords and did everything he could to prevent the shards from reaching 9. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest. But there was a considerable distance between him and 9, one he could not cover easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her efforts to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defenses. She suffered a direct hit to the abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumpled to the earth. What is this? Got a message? From who? Give me a sec. Okay. Breaks over. Chapter 9. Anger and Analysis. 9! 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised her, but now 3 felt himself overcome by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once more. So one of you ended up making it. If you're smart, you'll stop here. Deliver the final blow and your life will be spared just as before. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. I imagine she'd take some sick satisfaction in being killed by the same person who killed her brother. Anyway. Message. My throat could use the break anyway. So just relax and listen to the music for another few seconds. Okay. Let's see where we are. I managed to take some sick satisfaction in being killed by the same person who killed her brother anyway. The Emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile, the depravity in his eyes clear even through the shadow cast by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside of 3. Die! He exploded as if boundless rage coursing through his veins had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst from his throat, his bones creaked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it to action, and before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, sharpening his senses to a razor-sharp edge and giving him almost preternatural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no sign of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing, to be sure. But seeing you foaming at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you lived, a mere thing. Even in the face of 3's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. 3 was a little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. 3's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something 9 had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory. The composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but found his current rage beneficial, and wielded it ably, as though it was simply another weapon available to him. 3 himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions, but turn them into power was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors, yet 3 had managed to master such a complicated concept at his young age. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they are received. That was how 9 had described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes 3 launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed was to induce internal force. Gotta bring up that one plot point that he used on the archaism back in the beginning. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but 3 could scarcely imagine a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blades into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristic of 3's weapons was their ability to internally induce an art-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately. and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and, luckily for 3, a decent amount of those hits overlapped. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused sword. 3 attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off every single time. The first steps in his weapon's process were relatively simple. He simply needed to land a strike with each weapon, creating 2 perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the ornament. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where 2 lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task that much more demanding. Still, he was confident in his aim, and knew he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. The Emperor cackled in delight and watched as he watched 3 struggle. To him, 3's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. "I know my tools inside and out," he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. "Your methods of attack, how your weapons work, I understand these things even better than you." As if proving the Emperor's point, 3's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. 3 had figured out his foe's tricks. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in such a way that 3 had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect, but if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, 3 had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapon and his own body was steadily mounting. The outcome of this battle seemed clear, and by all appearances there was nothing that could change its course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas 3 was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield. As 3 was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence. It was a lazy drawl, one that 3 had heard many times over the past year. Analysis complete. 9 struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall down at any moment. How? The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. 9, you're okay, 3 exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious. She had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given 3 no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all, had she done so, the Emperor may very well have caught on to her plan. "Just fine," she responded. "I used my wires to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me." Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone that this was far from the truth. But the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. 3 disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to 9, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did so. "There's a moment where he's unable to respond to anything," she explained. "That's his power's fatal weakness." What do you mean?" "His gravitational manipulation doesn't require casting like an art would, but after he uses it, there's a period of time of about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier." But the way he's changing gravity is so precise," 3 said, thinking back on their battle. "How could he have managed that? He was just reading your movement, S. He knows how you fight like the back of his hand." "Wait, what?" 3 exclaimed, the surprise in his voice clear. "It's true," 9 responded. "The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swings. He knows your tendencies well, and uses that knowledge to predict your actions. Is that even possible?" asked 3, his mind racing. "It is, unfortunately. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a monster through and through." The Emperor let out a low chuckle. "A sound analysis, but it will avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There's no way you can possibly undo years of the habits we so painstakingly drilled into you." "S," 9 looked up at him knowingly. "Right," he responded. "Let's end this." The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. He charged at him again, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew where it would ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as he predicted, Three attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the vital spots in his armor that had been previously marked. As the sword raced toward its target, gravity shifted and the sword's trajectory was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible! The Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. Three's movements have changed somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, Three's next attack came speeding in. The Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, boom! A muffled explosion rang out, and the Emperor felt his armor crack and pain course through his left arm. Boom! What? Another flash. Boom. His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had Three managed to correctly predict his spatial manipulation? How was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Piercing Three's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from Three's body. Naturally, Nine stood at the other end, controlling them. He wasn't pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but was instead nudging his attack slightly, guiding his direction, timing, and angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting Three's attacks and making adjustments, but Nine was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed Three to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was, of course, a major reason this was possible, but their relationship with Three was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be. "You little bitch!" The Emperor let out an enraged howl, laced with bitter hatred. Neither Three nor Nine had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at Nine that he had before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point the duel had led them to a different part of the area, one where he could no longer weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at Nine. "Finally," she smirked. "I've been waiting." A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor. Likely due to an art Nine had cast, the Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subjected to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the element of surprise. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with a staff once it entered the area of reduced gravity. But it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder. "No," he exclaimed, knowing full too well it was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. Three had landed a solid hit on his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear off his body. "This is the end," Three said quietly. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had been destroyed, and Three's blade had found its bloody mark. Chapter 10. S&N. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, Three's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. "Found some humor in your end, have you?" "Did think you two would best me," the Emperor said, his voice weak. "I admit it, I underestimated you. You are by far the most powerful tools I've ever had the pleasure of owning." "Enough, we're not your tools any longer," Three said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So, he thought to himself, the moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he hated most. The thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword. But that didn't stop Three's hand from trembling. "S," Nine said gently, moving closer. "We'll do it together, okay?" Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. "Okay." Ow. My throat is so dry it caught on itself there. Ow. This was it. The moment where the two had put their tragic past to rest. 9 placed her hands on 3's, steadying his weapon, her warmth abated by his trembling ever too slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more. Every arch of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed. Control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same. You're wrong, said 9. We're no longer anyone's tools and will never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done. You're the last person we are ever going to kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvard, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains, most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to orbital cars, so such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of about the same age laced about within. Makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face, the one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he'd been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day he died, and his son, the crowned prince, was enthroned. This new king, was, at his core, a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met this new king's ideas with an open mind. Reassembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic. Holding the new king accountable for his father's sins, suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became the overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing as the carriage bumped and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a power desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. The only sounds that could be heard were the clapping of the horse's hooves and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me for what I did? For what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's look was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never, she continued, because he was always my brother and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had, so... The girl paused for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red, and she continued in a much louder voice. So if you want me to ever forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We need to stick together through thick and thin. You and me. N and S. The boy smiled, and his fear a moment ago having left him. Of course, we'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back, and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain the emotions swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on, and that includes making sure you get the education you need to grow into the best person you can be. This, in fact, was not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. What can be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be for the moment. The topic changed again. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Liberl or Lemon, just as the boy had initially planned, but where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. For the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future, a new path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we consider our skill set, how about something in theater? Not in your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it as, you're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad. And I'm pretty sure a play would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea. One somewhat more plausible than last. I know, how about we become bracers? No way, the girl rejected the idea again, but with a bit less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy. No sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. But there was also the question hanging in the air over whether the Bracer Guild would even consider taking on people with the duo's unique background. All things considered, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine, what's your bright idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day and just sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face then lit up suddenly as he remembered something. Oh, right. What is it? Names, he said with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our real names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Mine's Swin. Huh, the girl said, hiding a small smile. So S wasn't too far off then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. She had known Swin's name before their paths even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name rather than his organization moniker. However, this was something she intended to keep to herself. In the end, you'll always be S to me and I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but it was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, N. Together they were travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. That was a pleasant story. Well, it's currently 9 o'clock. And I need to do something for dinner, so yeah. I'll be back soon. We are going to start this tonight. Yeah, finally. But hey, now we have the information. We can see it all. We can do this all later. So I'll be back in a bit.